USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Justice Department has served grand jury subpoenas to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, and other state and local officials in a federal probe into whether they improperly interfered with immigration enforcement amid protests following an ICE agent shooting. Officials called the subpoenas politically motivated, and tensions remain high over the federal immigration operations. The Department of Justice is appealing a judge's order dealing with how federal agents can and cannot act when it comes to anti-ICE protesters in Minnesota.
The ruling was issued late last week following the death of Renee Good. It bars federal agents from retaliating against peaceful protesters or using pepper spray or similar non-lethal munitions. It also bars agents from stopping vehicles that are following them, as long as those vehicles maintain a safe distance. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem called the order, quote, a little ridiculous. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Trump administration is going to host a global minerals summit on February 4th. That's according to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The meeting aims to strengthen mineral supply chains with international partners, a key part of Trump's push on Greenland, which officials say is vital for U.S. economic and national security. Actor Timothy Busfield will be released from jail as his case moves through the courts. He's been charged with sexually abusing 2 boys on the set of The Cleaning Lady while in New Mexico.
There's no evidence of noncompliance with prior court orders. Rather, this defendant self-surrendered and submitted himself to this court's jurisdiction.
A judge says the state didn't show clear evidence he must be held, although prosecutors argue he poses a danger. Wall Street took a tumble today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted 870 points. The S&P 500 lost 143 points, and the Nasdaq plunged 561 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
3 prominent Catholic archbishops are voicing their concern about U.S. foreign policy.
A letter published by the archbishops of Newark, New Jersey, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. questioned the moral foundation of U.S. actions in Venezuela, Greenland, and Ukraine. The archbishop said those actions have ignited a searing debate about the use of military force and the meaning of peace. They criticized an American foreign policy focused on narrow economic and social interests. I'm Jacqueline Carl.
The California GOP is requesting the U.S. Supreme Court to block congressional maps drawn under Proposition 50. They want the Ninth Circuit to reinstate the 2021 redistricting map ahead of the February 9th candidate filing deadline while the case is decided. Girl Scout cookie season is here.
This year, they've added a new cookie made of chocolate, marshmallow, and toasted almond cream called Explore S'mores. Toast Yay and S'mores were discontinued last year. Money raised goes towards leadership and entrepreneurial development programs for girls. Cookies are available at local booths and through their website through mid-March. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Washington State Legislature is considering a bill that would tighten restrictions on cities that can clear homeless camps.
Cities or counties would need shelters that allow pets and personal belongings so people in the camps have a place to go. It would allow people to sleep, eat, and rest, along with protecting their belongings from the weather. Supporters say it keeps homelessness from being criminalized. Opponents say it significantly reduces the ability to address homeless camps. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts. Or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Cue the microphone just like that. We're back. Showtime once again. What do you say? Ready for a new day? Well, it's coming your way. Time zone to time zone. As we cross over the midnight hour on the East Coast. So we're looking 21st day of January. Yeah, 3 weeks in, just like that. Boom. Hump Day coming on. Here we go. All right, trust your week's going well. Let's get the party started. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, another cold night outside the secret bunker. Now, we've come to expect that as of late. And it's only going to get colder in the coming days. All right, traveler's weather. All right, maybe a few issues. Overnight tonight, we've got a little Alberta Clipper bringing some lighter snowfall. Right now, as I look at the radar, we see a little light snow from, say, just north of Des Moines. So central and east central Iowa, northern portions of Illinois, not quite to the Chicago area just yet, but you may get a dusting overnight. A little light snow then through east central Illinois, central and west central Indiana. What do we see as far as advisories? Yeah, we do have some winter weather advisories there. Right there in that zone just mentioned, portions of Iowa, northern Illinois, then on over into much of southern Michigan as our storm progresses off to the east. Now, this is one of a series of clippers moving out of western Canada. So for the clippers, mostly light snow. Now, as far as lake effect snow, yes, we'll see heavier accumulations. Winter storm warnings up toward Buffalo, New York. Again tonight, some winter storm warnings right along the coastal areas of western Michigan. Now, that first clippers finished up in the Northeast Monday night. We had a few snow squalls coming off of Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. Lake effect snow associated with that clipper was likely a factor in that multi-vehicle crash in Michigan Monday morning. We talked about last evening, 100 vehicles, all said and done. Some 30 to 40 tractor trailers were involved in that. We've got two more clippers that are going to move out of Canada. On through today, Wednesday, another on Thursday. The next on deck bringing generally 1 to 3 inches of snow, stretching from Montana to Michigan, northern Indiana, on into the overnight hours tonight. Through the day Wednesday, the last clipper in that series is going to follow a similar path. While the midweek storm may not contain as much moisture, it's still going to bring a swath of 1 to 3 inches likely. Wednesday snow. So today, it's going to extend from the northeast corner of Montana, much of North Dakota, southern Wisconsin, and northern Illinois. Once again, Wednesday night, steady snow expected to become kind of intertwined with lake effect snow and some of those snow squalls away from the lakes as the system draws in some moisture from the Great Lakes. Light snow may fall over parts of West Virginia, western Pennsylvania, into central New York. Again, we're talking like 24 hours from now. As we've observed with the earlier lake effect activity, some of the more intense, persistent bands may drop another 6 to 12 inches of snow in localized areas from western Michigan to western and northern New York. When you add up all these clippers, total lake effect snow this week may exceed 3 feet for some of the more persistent bands between what we've seen from Monday and right on through Thursday. Of course, even a brief snow squall produces a quick coating of snow that can create dangerous conditions on the highways, de-icing operation at some of the area airports. The cold is going to become a real, genuine issue. Some of the lowest temperatures of the season so far will be moving in behind these clipper systems. However, an even stronger surge of cold air is coming our way from late this week into the weekend. That brutal surge of Arctic air will accompany and follow the massive snowstorm, bringing snow and ice for the southern and eastern portions of the country. Things in the deep south are going to get ugly this weekend. The remaining questions is who's going to see snow, who will see ice, and it's going to be some of these latest model runs are depicting, they're using the term catastrophic ice, critical ice. I'm looking at one forecaster, meteorologist, Dylan Federico. I think he's out of Texas. But he says this could be a historic ice storm coming this weekend. The destructive, potentially, there's that word, catastrophic ice storm is forecast to impact the South this weekend. Widespread ice will cripple travel, major power outages, and trees down all over the place. This is a rare, high-impact event they're forecasting, potentially the worst in decades. You may recall the great ice storm of February in 1994. They're hearkening back to some of these computer models calling for widespread ice accumulations as much as 1 to 2 inches. That is indeed catastrophic. You can get up to, say, about a half inch of ice accumulated on trees and power lines, and you might have some sporadic, some of the more brittle branches coming down from 1/2 to 1 inch. Things really start to get ugly. When you get above 1, approaching 2 inches, there are no power lines, trees that can withstand that kind of weight. Now, they say, for contrast, a half an inch could be considered catastrophic. Residents from Dallas, Shreveport, Atlanta, Charlotte need to be making preparations, they tell us, as if a hurricane is coming. Buy non-perishable food, water, fill up the tank, charge your electronic devices, protect your pipes, plants, pets. It wouldn't hurt to trim any vulnerable tree limbs that might be close to your property. I would have warm clothes just in case the power goes out. There are going to be widespread outages coming up this weekend. You can forget about any travel north this weekend. An ice storm of this magnitude, he says, is going to cripple the I-20 corridor, along with any flights into this area, likely for days. Ice impacts could be possible as far south as I-10 in Texas and western Louisiana. The swath of greatest impacts will likely stay a bit further north, but either way, the models, this is trending towards becoming an historic storm. Those in the path heed the warnings from local forecasters and emergency officials. I mean, they're really, for those in the south, follow your local forecast right now. And if you are in that zone where they're forecasting against some catastrophic ice, you need to have some sort of a way to have a backup source of heat for your home. I can assure you the likes of all the big stores, Home Depots, Lowe's, Walmarts, anyone that sells the likes of kerosene heaters or propane sort of heaters, they're probably going to be off the shelves. Generators will be nigh near impossible to come by here in a couple days. So let me give you a little more. AccuWeather begins to break this down, describing this as a high-impact storm that's going to spread. Yes, snow and ice across more than 24 states, from Texas to the Carolinas and all the way up the eastern seaboard to Massachusetts, starting Friday and through the upcoming weekend. The amount and extent of snow and ice could cut power and disrupt travel for days. This is going to increase the risk to lives and property. Potentially hundreds of thousands of people are going to be without electricity and heat for days. This is AccuWeather's chief meteorologist, Jonathan Porter. So much snow and sleet may fall. Roads may become clogged in areas ill-equipped to handle even a light coating of snow. Now, some of these latest models I'll just highlight for you. They're models depicting the highest snow accumulations, in some cases approaching possibly 2 feet, in portions of northern Tennessee and southern Kentucky. South of that zone, somewhere there's going to be the transition to ice. And again, could be catastrophic ice accumulations in areas where a thick glaze of ice forms. Scores of trees and power lines are going to come down, and removing ice from streets, highways, parking lots, sidewalks may be difficult or impossible, especially where the ice melting supplies are limited. Utility crews could be overwhelmed by the scope of this storm. Some highways, secondary roads, and streets will be impassable for days across large portions of Texas and Oklahoma, as well as some of the heavily populated areas, Georgia, the Carolinas, Virginia. During and after the storm, frigid conditions, temperatures dropping into the 20s, teens, and even single digits for some, may cause pipes to burst and lead to additional property damage. For example, temperatures are forecast to drop below 32 for 48 to 60 consecutive hours in Dallas, Texas. It does not appear this cold wave is going to be as long-lasting or intense of that deadly February of 2021 cold outbreak, but this cold wave will coincide with a major snow and ice storm. More than 4,000 flight cancellations are likely across the country this weekend. Some airports that experience significant ice buildup or heavy snow may be forced to close for an extended period. We're looking at a push of Arctic air from the north, in many cases the coldest this winter so far, which will determine the northern edge of the snow and the southern extent of the ice, and where there's going to be that mix of snow, sleet occurring in between. In some areas, the prolonged nature of this storm could result in snow, ice, or a combination thereof lasting beyond 24 hours. Some areas in the southern part of this country could experience their worst snow or ice storm in years. In portions of the Northeast, this could end up being the biggest storm of the winter so far, aside from what we've seen with localized lake effect snows. A swath of heavy snow, enough to shovel and plow, is going to be setting up from northeast New Mexico and northwest Texas through Kansas, northern Oklahoma, stretching all the way to southeastern New York, New Jersey, central and southern New England. Some of the major metro areas in the path of this storm will include Dallas, Austin, Oklahoma City, Nashville, Atlanta, Charlotte, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York City, and all the way up into Boston. Some locations on the colder side will see 6 to 12 inches of snow or more, where you have the sleet mixing in, or maybe a bit of rain or dry air. Things might be limited. In other areas, more than 2 feet of snow may pile up in parts of the southern Appalachians. So obviously, motorists, airline passengers, check the forecast for various points of your journey. This is going to be a high-impact storm, folks, for the movement of freight. We already, I'm looking here, it's only Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. We have winter storm watches already in place for a large swath, pretty much you can say the entirety of Oklahoma, the Texas Panhandle, the northern half of Texas, on the eastern side of the state, right on through pretty much the entirety of Arkansas, northern Louisiana. This is for a storm that is still, starting Friday into Saturday, several days away. So we'll give you more coming up here, but it's going to be an ugly weekend, folks. Get ready to bundle up. Now, not very often do we see what they call extreme cold warnings. We do see right now extreme cold warnings for northern portions of Minnesota, northeastern portions of North Dakota. Extreme cold watches then extend through pretty much the entirety of Minnesota and Wisconsin for some of the bitter cold that's going to be coming in later Wednesday night into Thursday morning. For the areas impacted tonight, we are talking wind chills 44 below zero. For the extreme cold watch, dangerous cold and wind chills as low as 55 below are going to be possible. Again, that's coming up in the coming days. 55 below wind chills.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, I'm sure Philly Dan checked in out of the box. I may have missed our first couple of posts there via YouTube and Facebook. I almost had a midnight crisis mode. That computer didn't want to begin the stream, but we did it. All right, what's up, people? There's Michael on board. Shorty, I-77 northbound, Whiteville, Virginia. 18 degrees. You're not a cold weather person either. Columbus bound tonight. Hello to Marianne in the house. Tank, where do we find you? Good morning, Steve. The overnight family. Happy hump day. Clear 34 here on top of Albuquerque Hill. Looking down at the big city. Headed over to Santa Rosa, then back to Banning, California. Truck safe. Have a blessed day. Big Ed, are you with me? Well, the last night of football. NASCAR, you're next. Then March Madness. Then baseball. See you next year, says the prognosticator. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. 13 degrees, Newburgh, New York. It's been another long day. Time to take a nap. I'm getting old. It's round 2 to Schenectady tonight. Hello, Uncle Chop's in the house. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew, all the listeners out there. Jeffrey on board in southern Florida. There's John. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Happy hump day. Everybody truck safe tonight. We were cloudy, 23 degrees in Indianapolis tonight. Hey, Mike. What's the matter? What, are you cold? Yeah, I know. The space heater's running full blast here in the secret bunker. I got the heavy duty, thick attire on. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 29 degrees tonight. Had to give it 5:45 a.m. to make my delivery in Atlanta at 0800. I am not a morning person by any means. But me and another truck had to deliver at the same time. Got home, answered a few emails, took a nap. Looks like things are going to be interesting this weekend as far as weather's concerned here. So I'm going to pick up a couple bags of ice melt later today before I head up to the stepson's new place and accept delivery of his appliances. He's out of town right now. All right, have a great night. Yeah, ice melt, salt, all that stuff's going to be hard to come by in short order there in much of the Deep South. Good morning from Timothy. Good to have you with us. Let's see. Seth says, why is the app a replay? Shouldn't be. Looks like I'm looking at live. 28 past the hour. Norman checking in from north central Kansas. Very windy. I'm still having back issues, going to therapy, so I'm not driving. Everybody have a good morning. Maybe there is some issues with the app. Not good. I listened to the app. Please help. Jerry, good morning, Steve. 21 degrees here in Kokomo. Looking forward to spring weather to move to a town near me coming soon. All right. Be safe. Tell them you love them every chance you get. And thanks to Hot Shot Secret for being an amazing supporter of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. News break. We'll return with more after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says over 10,000 arrests have been made in Minneapolis as the Trump administration continues to crack down on illegal immigration.
The Homeland Security Secretary took to X Monday to say over 10,000 arrests were made of what she called criminal illegal aliens who were killing Americans, hurting children, and raining terror in Minneapolis. The Pentagon is awaiting potential orders to send about 1,500 troops to Minnesota. This comes as anti-ICE protests continue in the state after the deadly shooting of Renee Good by an agent. President Trump has said he may invoke the Insurrection Act as a result of the unrest. However, on Friday, he said he may not use it anymore. I'm Monica Nelson.
Canada strongly opposes President Trump's planned 10% tariffs on Denmark and other nations over Greenland. Those tariffs take effect on February 1st and could raise up to 25% in June. Prime Minister Mark Carney says Canada fully supports Greenland's right to decide its own future. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to James, checking in from Woodstock, Georgia tonight. Clear, 28 degrees. Yeah, our forecast is looking pretty rough here this weekend. Well, hello to Bill. Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express tonight. 11 degrees. And it's starting to snow again. Well, I got turned down for the cheese hauling job. Hiring manager tried to pull a bait and switch on the job that I had applied for. The job I applied for didn't require a tank endorsement. Said I did great in the in-person interview, the road test. Yeah, the bait and switch. He called me last Monday to let me know I had 13 more interviews to do. Asked if I'd be interested in a job transferring milk tankers to the dump station. And I told him I didn't have the endorsement, but it paid $7 an hour less. Anyway, got the turn down letter this past day. I didn't meet the skills they were looking for. I've got 30 years experience, 4 million miles safe driving for that original job I applied for. Oh well. Be safe out there, drivers. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be, right? Well, there's Kentucky Ken. Good morning to the Overnight Drive crew, Steve Summers. I'm happy to report my heart monitor is being shipped back, and that was a long 30 days. All right, blood pressure and pulse rate have been good since the ablation back in early December. Love y'all and miss ya. Everybody stay safe out there. Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right, thank you so much. Hello, Pappy, what day is it? I don't know, what day is it? Let's find out. What day is it?
On the app, somebody was saying something about the greatest day of the week. It appears to be corrected now.
Okay. So you know what that means I need to do?
No.
It means I need to reset the phones as well.
All right, well.
So dial us back up. You hear that click, 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 click. All right, been there, done that. We'll take care of that. Meanwhile, all right, everybody on hold, just hang on a second. It's 844-844-3388. We'll get you back up and running here in short order. Connect to host, as it says. Yes, we are ready. All right, the FMCSA extending a regional emergency for the second time in as many months. Horth Feathers was talking about this just a couple nights ago, that the fuel emergency for the propane and natural gas was about to expire. Fuel disruptions prompting regional emergency relief from the maximum driving times for property carrying vehicles transporting heating fuel, including propane, natural gas, and heating oil. Yeah, that first extension was from back in late December, most recently here just a couple days ago. Yeah, right now, the FMCSA actually has two separate regional emergency orders in place. A regional declaration covering Connecticut, Delaware, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Vermont, and West Virginia is now in effect through February the 15th. Fuel haulers in Illinois, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Ohio, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, Tennessee, and Wisconsin are also covered by a separate regional emergency extension there. So kind of anticipated that would be coming, right? Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. All right, see if we got you back there. Take two.
Hey, Mike, can we do it now?
It's not wanting to. It's not sounding right.
What's that?
It's not sounding right.
It's not sounding right. What's not sounding right now?
Oh, we got click, 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 click.
Yeah, I don't know what that deal is. I've heard that a couple times there in calls I've had. I don't know if it's something with the truck running or what we got going here.
Well, I can't help but wonder if it's on your end or my end. I did try to reset the phones there a couple minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, I just shut the truck off. How's it doing now?
Yeah, it's not changing a thing.
Not changing a thing, huh? Okay. Maybe it's the headset. Maybe the headset has an issue. This is a new headset that I've had here for about a week or so. So maybe it's a headset got it.
I know there's one way I can definitely find out. I'll try to see if we can get the prognosticator on the line and the Grump on the line, see if they've got issues. Hello, Grump.
I don't have any.
Okay.
Hey,
So it must be on his headset or something then.
Yeah, he's got one of them Chinese headsets. Tell him to go get one of them American. They're listening in.
All right, let me get the prognosticator of prognosticators on the line as well. What do you say, Big Ed?
Yeah, no, I ain't having no issues either. It's his phone.
Yep, it is. Okay.
You know, it's the first time it's done that. I don't. It may be the area that he's running in too. You never know.
Right.
Unless he got one of them old headsets that, here a couple of years ago, everybody, you know, you was giving away on the program. That's what it sounds like.
Right.
Well, Steve, I'm sorry I didn't call in.
Bye with you, man.
Yeah, we missed you last night. I don't know. Grump informed us, I guess you were on the road, had something you had to take care of, whatever, so.
I just wasn't in the mood to call in last night and get slapped around, you know? I was licking my wounds. But I really, seriously, I just want to take my hat off to you and Grump. You guys picked the national champion. And watching the game, when that one player hit that quarterback in the mouth with a damn helmet, I mean, he should have been ejected. And I got 7 kinds of aggravated. I thought, you know, and it give Grump what he was saying about Miami, that they play thug football. And that's the Miami of old. You know, you go back when they was, back when, what was it, early 2000s when they was winning, or mid-2000s when they was winning a lot of games. And then you had the Notre Dame controversy, Catholics versus the convicts. You know, if you got to play convict football, just get the hell off the field. But for my hat's off to Indiana. To me, they played a good, clean game, and they deserved that win. And then for Carson Beck not to even shake hands after the game, and then you had that, was it Fletcher, I believe it was, maybe I'm saying that wrong, that took a swing at that Indiana player after the
game. I saw that. They had to hold him back, yeah.
I mean, you know, come on. So my respect factor for Miami just went right out the door. So right there at the end, I mean, Beck threw that darn interception. That could have went the other way, but I was glad to see Indiana come out and win it, and they deserved it. They played class football all year long, and that's what you like to see. And so, but my hat's off to Grump. I won the regular season, but I give it up for the national championship team. You know, I kept trying to walk Grump in the corner, really, and never could quite get him in there where I wanted him. Because I was wanting Indiana, and I was wanting him to pick Miami, but I never could get into that mind. So that was my end goal. But
I wasn't gonna pick them heathens.
Anyway, it was Grumpy. Just trying to match wits with Grump's been fun. I know what, Steve.
I appreciate it, man. It's been a blast here. I tell you that, but. You know, I kept looking at that game, and you know, Indiana. I mean, they control the ball over 11 minutes more than Miami. And when you look at you know the 27-21 victory that Miami pulled out, I mean, passing yards. You know, Miami had 232, and Indiana had 186. Rushing was 110 to 131. 131 was Indiana. But they were averaging, Miami was averaging 6.5 yards per play, and they had 53 plays that they carried the ball. They sacked Mendoza 3 times, but total plays on Mendoza was 72. And when you go back and you look at the penalties, I mean, they had Miami had 7 penalties that was 60 yards, and of course, they had 5 just minor penalties. They had one pass interference, but the rest of them were just illegal start and stuff like that. That was on Indiana for 38 yards. So they're a well-disciplined team, man. I mean, we talked about how they came from 2 years ago. They had the worst record in football. I mean, it was just, and they carried that record for several years. But what carried it over was that 4th down run into the end zone by Mendoza. That's what won them the game, and that and discipline. And the more I watched Miami, the more I disliked them. I mean, they just Carson Beck. He. Remember me? I texted you. Miami come out wanting to play smash mouth football, but you said it the best. Indiana was disciplined in their assignments. Each player knew what he was supposed to be doing. Where Miami, and you go back to all them darn 3rd and 1s, I don't know, it was 4 or 5 of them, they tried to take Flesher and run him right up the middle. Why they didn't try and end around and change up their, I hate to sit there and second guess the coach, but when you do it 5 or 6 times and you don't get that first down because you're trying to play smash mouth football against a well-disciplined team, well, guess what, Miami? It didn't work. And that's what they was always, even on the defensive side of the ball, they was concentrating on playing headhunting. They was headhunting these guys and losing their focus on what their assignment was. And they was getting burnt every time they turned around. And it just made for unclean football on Miami's part. And in my opinion, they ain't got nothing to be proud of. So, yeah, I turned on them real fast, especially when that kid should have been ejected. When he hit that damn quarterback in the mouth with the crown of his helmet. And I thought the ref was standing there when it happened. They were Big 12 refs. And I'm thinking, where's the flag on that? Because that was totally unsportsmanlike conduct. He was deliberately trying to knock that Mendoza out of the game. And you can't play football like that. They had a meeting before the game, and this come from ESPN that Miami's coach told them to hit Mendoza as many times and as hard as they can, and they would eat the penalties if they had to. And you don't play football like that. I mean, that's just that's cowardly football.
You know where that mindset come from, though, Grump. If you go say back into Jimmy Johnson era, and even the other coaches that come after him, Miami played, and I ain't gonna say they weren't a good team back then. It was obvious that they was, but they had that hood rat mentality.
Yep.
Well, that just don't fly in today's age. And like I said, I would have rather seen Ohio State playing Indiana in the national championship than see what unfolded out there last night. And so, and my hat's off to, give credit where credit's due. And what really surprised me today is Alberto, I guess it's Fernando's brother, he's entered the transfer portal because Indiana's bringing in a TCU quarterback, which I don't blame that young man. And it's going to be interesting to see who picks him up because, if he don't leave Indiana, he's going to find – I mean, he's got a big shadow he's got to play under. And he's smart, in my opinion, going ahead and leaving the team and putting himself available to another team because you're going to get into the Arch Manning effect on his ability to step up and perform like his brother did, where he can go to another team and build his own identity. Go ahead.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. He's a good football player. I mean, that kid, he's just like his brother. He can thread a needle. His brother made a comment that when he leaves, he said, I hope they pick him up as the next, starter as a quarterback because he is that good. When you go back to Miami, though, there was one and I told Ed about it. That's the only kid on there that had any class, as far as I was concerned, was that Malachi Tony. That kid, 18 years old, right out of high school.
Now, is he the receiver or was he the running back?
He's a running back, but he had 122 yards receiving also. I mean, he was a hell of a good, this kid just played his butt off. And, he just had all the class in the world, and it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit here next year or year after if you're not going to read about him in the pros. I mean, going to the pros at a high salary. But I want to talk about this transfer portal here just a little bit. That I don't know if you kept track of that, but there was 6,700 players entered into the transfer portal in the 2 weeks that it was open. And the only time it's ever extended past those 2 weeks is, and the reason they did that, let me do that too. The reason they did that is because they took away the transfer portal for the spring transfers. It's only one time a year now, and it's between the 2nd of January and the 16th of January. But the only way it gets extended is, and the only reason why Mendoza's brother entered into it was after the 16th was the fact that they played the championship game, and then they allow them after the game they're able to go ahead and enter into it. But 6,700, man, and it just blew my mind when I was reading that. And in the 6,700, 200 of them are quarterbacks. 200 quarterbacks. I mean, potential quarterbacks that they're bringing in entered into this transfer portal. And we've talked about this damn NIL and stuff like that, but it's getting to the point. I mean, when the transfer portal was established in 2018, it just got started good. But here in 2026, it was the highest number that had ever hit that portal on players wanting to transfer. And they're not chasing an education; they're chasing money. I mean, they're going where the money's at. And now they got all these agents that are on, going on TV, and they're talking about their potential pickups on who they're going to be representing and things like that. And for the top quarterbacks that's entered into the transfer portal right now, the money range is between $3 and $5 million. That's what their average per year is going to be, in that. The only one that's topping that right now, of course, is Manning. Arch Manning, and they figure his money next year will be over $9, possibly $10 million to play football. And, it's ridiculous. I mean, the player agents, themselves, I mean, they just stepped up and said they can sell a lineman. I mean, they can sell that position to whoever, at the highest bidder, but their average bid right now is around $1 million for a lineman. And that's the dude on both sides of the damn ball. And it just, it's, they said it's without any trouble. They can just, boom, step up there and get it done, And, I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, when you look at these portals right now, you take the 200 quarterbacks that's entered into the portal, 40% of them are repeat transfers. And they broke it down, and I was looking at the breakdown there, and most of them in their first 3 years has been to 3 different schools. They're chasing the damn dollars.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give a rat's ass about an education. It's let's go after the dollars. You look at Jordan Seaton, that kid, he come out of Colorado. He committed, he isn't committed right now to anywhere because the money just keeps going up in his favor, and he is, he's a hell of a player. And then when you look at Cam Coleman, he come out of Auburn, and Texas is picking him up right now. They're not even releasing anything on the money that they're giving that kid right now because he was the number one receiver in college football. And it just, I don't know, man. The NIL they figured would work side by side with the, with the schools and so that they wouldn't be stockpiling players like they did, like Ed's talked about a lot of times, on, how the SEC had done that, Alabama, places like that had just, brought in the best of the best of the best and gave them everything under the sun. And this was before NIL. But right now, it's crazy at the amount of money that's going through these schools right now. And the schools are good with it, and I don't know how in the hell it's going to, how it's going to be. But, I was listening to on one of the YouTube channels there. I was listening to one of the agents that was on there, and he was talking about the portal itself and why that they're overpaying so much for these players. And he said, we got to do it now or we can't do it. That's just it. That's it in a nutshell. And college football, man, it is a huge, huge, huge moneymaker. I'm talking in the billions. And they know it, man. I tell you what, it's give the kids their money and watch them play ball, and they don't give a rat's ass about the school that they're at. They're just, it's up for bids. So when you go back over it and you look at it and you say, well, how in the hell can they not, if this is the case, how can they not stockpile players? How can they not, one school bring in the best players if they're splitting the cost with these damn agents and the supporters and everybody else, I don't know what the answer is. I just know that it's more than just sportsmanship right now. It's more than that. It used to be just the best school wins. Now it's highest paid player wins, and I don't know. It's kind of getting my dandruff up a little bit more.
Well,
I think on that.
I think it's going to be the last year, this next coming year, that we're either going to lose college football to the money people, or we're going to keep the competitive spirit where the player is dedicated to the team that he started with, or it's just all going to be. To me, it's not even going to be worth even looking at. So if we do this again next year with Steve's permission, if all those people that love to sniff paint and watch it dry don't win out, and vote us out of the mix, it'll be the last good year of at least for me, of keeping up with college football. Because if it don't change and if it keeps getting worse, then I'm just going to give up on it. That's just how I feel. Just like I said, I got better things to do with my damn time than to sit and watch a bunch of overpaid people. But it just, like I said, I'm all about the competitive spirit, and it's just
right. But I am seeing some headlines where there are some big names in football that are actually looking to take this up to. Because you said like Congress is going to have to put some limitations, restrictions. They got to, regulate this some way. But we have to pause there as we close out our hour number one.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says over 10,000 arrests have been made in Minneapolis as the Trump administration continues to crack down on illegal immigration.
The Homeland Security Secretary took to X Monday to say over 10,000 arrests were made of what she called criminal illegal aliens who were killing Americans, hurting children, and raining terror in Minneapolis. The Pentagon is awaiting potential orders to send about 1,500 troops to Minnesota. This comes as anti-ICE protests continue in the state after the deadly shooting of Renee Good by an agent. President Trump has said he may invoke the Insurrection Act as a result of the unrest. However, on Friday, he said he may not use it anymore. I'm Monica Nelson.
California Governor Gavin Newsom urged European leaders to stand united against President Trump, calling him a narcissist reshaping the world.
Diplomacy with Donald Trump? He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you.
While speaking in Davos, Newsom criticized leaders for flattering Trump publicly while mocking him privately as tensions rise over Greenland. The Justice Department says 2 former DOJ employees may have misused Social Security data while in contact with a group seeking to overturn election results. It's unclear if any data was shared. Both are under review for potential Hatch Act violations. House Speaker Mike Johnson made history as the first sitting House Speaker to address the British Parliament, marking America's 250th birthday.
Even though we planned this back in the fall, we didn't know how the events would develop over the last few days. But I told the President that I felt that my mission here today was to encourage our friends and help to calm the waters, so to speak, and I hope to do so.
His visit coincides with President Trump traveling to the World Economic Forum in Davos.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted 870 points. The S&P 500 lost 143 points, and the Nasdaq plunged 561 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Democratic leaders in Chicago are speaking out against President Trump and ICE.
A group that included Illinois Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton condemned ICE operations during the annual Rainbow Push Martin Luther King Jr. breakfast.
This is our moment to choose courage over comfort, to choose faith over fear.
The leaders also called for an end to racial injustice, economic inequality, and educational inequities. The breakfast raises funds for scholarships and recognizes people who carry on Dr. King's mission. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
New York City's largest nurse strike is in its 9th day as the nurses stick to their demands.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani and Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders joined more than 15,000 nurses on the picket line.
The nurses are the people who keep us alive and who nurture us. The nurses are there when we are born. They are there when we are sick. They are by our bedside when we die.
Nurses are demanding better staffing ratios, protection from workplace violence, and better health care benefits. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Theron Bailey Kent has been accused of breaking into Anheuser-Busch's St. Louis campus and caught asleep on a sofa after he allegedly stole several beers. He reportedly also damaged a cooler and a door frame during the break-in. He's being held on a $50,000 bond. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just
a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. All right, good to have you with us. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Making our way to a brand new day. 21st day of January. Hump Day. Here we go. We'll head over the peak and start rolling downhill toward the weekend. Which, weather-wise, looks to be a very interesting weekend. But yeah, we close out another college football season. Congratulations to Indiana. As Indiana fans, by the thousands, partied well into the night after winning that championship Monday night. And we're talking about the NIL, the demise of college football. I got a story from Braindead this past day, and he was actually kind of asking, he said, what do you think the prognosticator and the analyst have to say about this? So let me share. Duke University, according to this report, sued quarterback Darian Mensah on Tuesday, and a judge denied a request for a temporary restraining order that would have prevented him from entering the transfer portal. Darian Heitner, Mensah's attorney, told ESPN that Durham County, North Carolina Superior Court judge ruled from the bench on Tuesday, pending a written ruling, and denied Duke's request that Mensah be enjoined from entering the transfer portal. Now, Heitner said Duke is expected to enter Mensah into the transfer portal on Wednesday, I guess today. The judge, a Duke basketball season holder, ticket holder, thus a booster, also recused himself from future proceedings. As a result, a different judge, Ed Wilson, will rule on Duke's request for relief that would prevent Mensah from enrolling in another school, playing at another school, and licensing his name, image, and likeness to another school. I said Wilson's scheduled to hear the case on February 2nd, but Mensah's team is going to push to move the date sooner. Mensah, they say, informed Duke coach Manny Diaz that he intended to transfer on Friday, the last day of the transfer portal window, under the terms of Duke's NIL contract with Mensah. It says any disputes have to be settled through arbitration. The school said it filed a claim for arbitration on Monday, and they want the judge to issue relief until the end of that arbitration process. Mensah led the Blue Devils, to a 9-5 record, an ACC title this past season, who announced on December 19 he intended to return to Duke instead of entering the NFL draft. He had a multi-year NIL contract with Duke that expires December 31 that was believed to be worth up to $4 million for the upcoming season. Mensah reversed course, informed Duke that he would seek a transfer, and kind of issued a public farewell. According to the lawsuit, in doing so, he repudiated the contract, proposes now to move on to another collegiate institution and act as if his obligations to Duke do not exist. None of these facts can be disputed, but contracts mean something. If Mensah is permitted to continue his course of ignoring his contractual obligations and transfer to another school to compete in football and license his NIL rights to that school, Duke University will have no ability to protect its rights in an arbitral proceeding, according to the lawsuit. Indeed, these rights will be practically worthless if Mensah is allowed to enroll at another collegiate institution, play football there, and relicense his rights. If allowed to enter portal, Mensah can, within less than a day, do precisely that. In other words, unless the present position of the parties is preserved, Duke University's ability to seek relief is irreparably limited. So, I mean, this is almost insanity taking place in college football. Yeah, players happen to have lawyers and lawsuits. What's your take?
Well, it sounds like that. What's going on with Georgia and that player from Missouri? Doesn't it, Grump?
Well, the player from Missouri never signed a contract. He never had one.
Well, didn't he just say that the contract that he signed was null and void at December the 31st? Did I hear that right?
That's what he read.
So then the way I see it, then the player, if he fulfilled the original contract and it was null and void to December the 31st, then there should be nothing holding him there. Or am I wrong?
It sounds to me like Duke is trying to own his name and likeness and everything about his NIL.
I'm looking here, I think it's saying, because we're into 2026 now, I think the contract expires December 31st of 2026. He had a multi-year NIL contract with Duke. So
Then he should be forced
to stay with Duke.
It also depends on the language of the contract, and if there's any kind of a addendum in there that allows him to leave for whatever reason or allows them to terminate the contract, they have to have a quid pro quo in there. You know, if there's something in the contract that allows the school just up and terminate him for disciplinary reasons or anything else, there also will be something in there that protects that student that where if he feels that he's being wronged in any way for the school, then he has the right to arbitration and he has the right to have the contract brought in front of arbitration, which usually, they may rule in front of for the player at that point in time. For this reason right here, I would say he's going to win it. Because, like I said, it just sounds to me like the school is trying to own his NIL. And do they want him to play, or do they want the money that he's bringing in there? I mean,
you look at the wording. Hell, it's almost like they're trying to unionize everything. I mean, if you got a union contract, and something happens that you feel like you've been done wrong, then you've got a right to file a grievance. I've been down that road before.
I'd like to see whether he went through the school with the contract or whether he went through a collective with the contract. There's a difference right there.
Right.
If he went through the collective, if there is a collective, that's handling Duke's all contracts and stuff, then the school may not have a leg to stand on. It may, he could stay with the collective and transfer to another school.
If he negotiated his own contract, then to my opinion, he's handcuffed.
Yeah,
he ain't got a leg to stand on.
if he signed a contract, ain't no way in hell he negotiated it. I would venture to guess that his lawyers, are they either had enough to go into court or they didn't. If they didn't, they would have negotiated some NIL money back to the school in order to get the contract released. But it sounds to me like there was some provisions written into the contract that's going to allow him to make that decision to change schools. So I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Well, I'll tell you what. And I'm going back to the past, Steve, and a good book that you could read was wrote by Barry Switzer called Bootlegger's Boy. And you go back to when he started coaching, and it's like he said, he created a monster at the University of Oklahoma. And once he created that monster, he had to keep feeding that monster. And that's the way these other schools were. I can remember the great Greg Pruitt. You remember Greg Pruitt for the University of Oklahoma back in the early 70s? And they used to do all these players this way. They'd go find them a job. Like Bosworth ended up working at, Brian Bosworth ended up working at the Oklahoma City GNC plant, standing on the assembly line, basically doing nothing. And back then, I think he was getting like $15 an hour, and that they would find these kids jobs, to help them through the summer months or through the off season. And I remember Greg Pruitt now. This guy, he worked on pulling units. And if you ain't never wrenched sucker rods on a pulling unit, you want to build up some arm muscle. You go out there and you wrench them damn rods on a pulling unit. Trust me, I've got first-hand experience with that. And you'll have barbells up there on your damn arm. That's how them boys, or they'd get on these crews that built the oil pad sites and out there slinging them sledgehammers and climbing up and down them tanks and using them pipe wrenches. That's how the players back then would keep themselves in shape during the off season, but yet they could put money in their pockets, and the boosters would get these kids jobs. So really it goes all the way back then. And then when Switzer had these winning teams in the late 80s or 90s, early 90s, then it got into, you remember the players were selling cocaine on the side. And that's what they was trying to get away from. And that really, when you go back, that's when all this started, but it slowly built up to this point. And now we're dealing with contracts. And it's just like this kid over here. If he negotiated his own contract, then hey, you're sorry, pal. This is what you negotiated. This is what you're going to live with. But if you had lawyers representing you, then if they didn't figure out a clause that could get him out of that contract, and he ain't got a leg to stand on. That's just my opinion. Did I lose you?
Well, no, I'm here. I just, like I said, I just wonder what what's the language is in that contract, number one. I mean, if he had told him that he was going to enter into the portal and everything, or going to stay there, and they signed a multi-year portal or multi-year contract, and then all of a sudden he says, no, I'm going to pull up and go. He's probably going to owe him some money, but they probably will release him, and I would imagine there ain't a damn dollar going to come out of his pocket. But you look at Georgia right now, man. Georgia's, they're in a pickle with all this stuff, going on with this kid out of Missouri. I mean, they're going through that lawsuit, that big lawsuit from that Willock, that kid that got killed. He was in the back seat in this car, and it was being driven by this chick. She was a recruiting analyst there for Georgia, for the school, and he played football, and it was right after the Georgia championship 2 years ago. They were she was almost three times over the legal limit drunk. And they're going down to – she got in a street race with what the hell was that kid's name? Jalen something or another. I can't remember his name now. But he they're racing down the damn road down the middle of Athens, Georgia, and wound up having a crash. Well, it killed this, Willock, and it killed this LaCroix. And now that Willock's family's suing the school for, $2.5 million right now, punitive damages could go through the roof, and over this thing. They just entered in that lawsuit after the school pretty much said they were negligent in allowing her to drink while she was at the game. I mean, it happened right after the game when Georgia won the championship. And they had other people in there. They had a couple other. They had another offensive lineman, and they had another recruiting staffer and people like that was in the car, and all of them got hurt. Except for the two. The chick that was driving, and man, when she, when you look at that kind of alcohol and stuff, and then they pretty much just say, well, we're gonna go ahead and accept some kind of culpability on this and pay out some money here. Well, they just admitted fault that they allowed her to drink, and so I don't know where it's going on that, but Georgia's going to be in a pickle over that, and it's nuts when you get to looking at all the money that these kids is bringing in like that, and families are looking at it now as not just compensatory damages and stuff like that when they get hurt or stuff like that. They're looking at punitive damage. They're looking at, they want a judge to rule on it and say, look, this is our bread and butter. He missed out on the pros. Let's prorate some money here. There's going to have to be some changes done in this.
I would love to know, and you mentioned it, Steve, I would love to know the total tally of college football, how many billions of dollars this has generated. Good Lord, it's almost a country in its own as far as revenue has been generated, man. But they're letting a handful of football players dictate terms, and because there's a lot of kids out there going to school, they're not getting that kind of NIL money, and it's just going to, are they going to do away with the rest of the sports? I don't see this ugly head rearing itself in college basketball unless I ain't paying attention, or even college baseball. But man, it's almost mind blowing what's going on with all this.
Well,
go ahead.
I can tell you right now that Texas alone, they brought in $2.2 billion in money.
Jesus.
And, when you look at and the football program, I mean, that's all of them together. But, when you look at, Longhorns had $298 million. A&M had $218 million. This is all net profits that they've made off the sport. LSU was $213 million. This is just.
But ain't that supposed to be shared throughout the conference?
Well, that's after the sharing. That's the net profits that they receive to the school.
Man.
And the valuation rankings and everything like that. When they go in through the valuation rankings, hell, that throws about $1.5 billion into the till to be split among the 25 colleges. So it's a big mess of money here, and they said that the revenues fell because of the economy and things like that. Well, how much was it before the damn revenues fell? It is crazy.
Go ahead. Are you listening to Grump?
Yeah.
All I am is a man that I don't know it all, but I know my football. But to stand here and listen to him, man, my brain's swimming. All I want to do is pick a college football team. I get in over my head when I go listen to Grump talk.
Hey,
and I have to go by the seat of my pants just to act like I'm smart. Go ahead.
When you get down to the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, their net profits was $190 million. That was the lowest that they'd ever been, and they weren't ranked, but they still got, $61 million, just as, as a 2024, from their 2024 revenue was $61 million, and their 2025 was up to, and they were not ranked, $190 million. And, when you wonder why in the hell Texas, the University of Texas can afford to pay, and I don't give a rat's ass who says what. The money might go into the booster, come from the boosters, and it might come from everything from the name, image, and likeness. But the school's paying that, and the amount of money that that Texas Tech or Texas made, the Longhorns, was around $1.48 billion, and then you got Ohio State, $1.35 billion, Texas A&M, $1.32 billion. Add all that up, buddy, that's a national damn deficit for this country, just in football, and it's it's absolutely crazy. They've and when you look at the jumps, the total revenue for 2024 compared for Texas, the Longhorns, was $332 million. And you jump up to 2025, $1.48 billion. That is one hell of a climb in money, and it all came in from the NIL. So there you go, buddy. Sorry, that's a Harold power period, but
And then Lauren Weeds has sent me a message about Kirk Getty. He's thinking that, or maybe he was hoping, maybe I'm wrong, that he'd end up going to Alabama to coach. And if I was Getty, which I think he signed a new contract,
$10 million a year.
Yeah, well, really he has no reason to go anywhere else, but I would remind him these fan bases are fickle, Look at the old Dabo Swinney, Clemson, how many last couple of years everybody's calling for his head. Get rid of him, bring in a new coach, bring in a new thought process. And so in a couple of years, old Getty might be on the outside looking in. If I was him, I would keep that in mind. And maybe 2 more years he'll be looking at coaching somewhere else. But right now he's going to stay put. So unless y'all got something left for me, Steve, Grump, congratulations on winning the playoff race. I give that to you. Go ahead,
I'll leave
Steve.
you list. The Power 5 conferences is going to be paying out players, because of this lawsuit that happened last year. $2.78 billion in back damages, and they're going to pay it out over 10-year period, but it's going back to the schools, over so much of the NIL deals and things like that. So we're losing college sports, man. It's nothing but a big.
Well, your college coaches have to be damn CEOs. I don't know where they find time to coach. But like I say, I may not know it all, but I do know
the football. Yeah. All right, we do have to break away there because we're at the bottom of the hour. But all right, Grump. Well, we will chat again. Maybe you'll have some thoughts on some of our other topics of discussion as we roll into a Wednesday. Back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says over 10,000 arrests have been made in Minneapolis as the Trump administration continues to crack down on illegal immigration.
The Homeland Security Secretary took to X Monday to say over 10,000 arrests were made of what she called criminal illegal aliens who were killing Americans, hurting children, and raining terror in Minneapolis. The Pentagon is awaiting potential orders to send about 1,500 troops to Minnesota. This comes as anti-ICE protests continue in the state after the deadly shooting of Renee Good by an agent. President Trump has said he may invoke the Insurrection Act as a result of the unrest. However, on Friday, he said he may not use it anymore. I'm Monica Nelson.
Canada strongly opposes President Trump's planned 10% tariffs on Denmark and other nations over Greenland. Those tariffs take effect on February 1st and could raise up to 25% in June. Prime Minister Mark Carney says Canada fully supports Greenland's right to decide its own future. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. All right, great to have you on board as we work our way into a brand new day. Midweek coming on, hump day. Gearing up for, potentially what's being described as an historic storm. We're going to be talking big-time impacts. Ground travel, there's a lot of freight that's going to be stuck out there across a large swath of the eastern USA. In many cases, there may be corridors shut down for several days in the area that does indeed pick up potentially incredible amounts of ice accretion. I would assume electric providers, as we speak, are probably beginning the process of staging equipment throughout the South and the Southeast in anticipation of having hundreds of thousands of people that need power restored in the wake of this storm. A couple of headlines from some of the storm chasers out there. One says hurricane hunters are actually scheduled to make a reconnaissance flight ahead of this weekend's winter storm so they can collect real-time data that will feed directly into the forecast models, kind of like they do with hurricanes. Yeah, this in preparation for a potentially historic storm, one that we may remember forever. He said this is actually wild. In Texas, Governor Abbott announcing that he has directed the Division of Emergency Management to activate state emergency response resources ahead of the storm that's expected to begin impacting that state Thursday. Based on the forecast, the state of Texas is acting to ensure Texans have the resources they need before the winter weather impacts the communities across the state, according to the governor, as temperatures drop below freezing and regions of Texas facing snow, ice, freezing rain. It is crucial Texans remain weather aware. Obviously, as we have shared, according to the National Weather Service, the Arctic cold front will bring dangerously cold temperatures and wind chills to the state through the early part of next week. Plus, a storm system expected to move through the state with the possibility of freezing rain, sleet, and snow that could create, obviously, hazardous travel conditions into the weekend, impacts to infrastructure. Areas most at risk will be northwest, north, and northeast Texas. Freezing rain and sleet are more likely to impact areas across west, central, south central, eastern and southeastern Texas. A very cold rain is expected for areas in the deep South Texas, as well as the Rio Grande Valley. They list off all the various divisions in the state that have been advised what they're supposed to be making preparations for. The National Guard would be activating vehicles and personnel to support stranded motorists in the state. The Texas A&M Forest Service, strike teams consisting of firefighters, engines, and equipment like motor graders being activated to assist with snow and ice clearance, saw crews being activated to clear down trees, and the list goes on and on. And some already highlighting when things get ugly, whether it's a winter storm, a hurricane, they actually have something legitimately known as the Waffle House Index. If your local Waffle House is closed during this winter storm, you know it's serious, they say. It's actually an informal tool used by FEMA to assess the severity of a disaster by tracking whether Waffle House locations are open or forced to close. You got the green light, that means full service, normal operations. Yellow equals limited service due to possible power or supply issues. When the Waffle House Index goes to red, fully closed, that means severe damage or unsafe conditions. The index kind of underscores Waffle House's strong disaster preparedness and now actually helps emergency managers identify areas that are experiencing major disruptions. Since a closed Waffle House oftentimes points to serious local impacts and an urgent need for assistance, wherever that may be. We'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here, and we've got some tips in regards to the bitter cold. Tips from the diesel experts that we all need to be following here in the coming days. But first, let me give you the breakdown as far as the cold. This Arctic air has been building in northern Canada. It's about to surge into the central U.S. The potential to be the coldest weather so far this winter in many areas. And, of course, expanding as far south as Texas and into the east. Hundreds of locations, maybe several degrees below their seasonal lows late this week and during the weekend. Wind chill factors, when you take into account the wind, the temperature, the humidity, 10 to 30 degrees below the actual air temperature at times. As we were citing in the north-central portions of the country, they're talking 40, 50 below wind chills anticipated. Life-threatening for those not properly dressed. Hypothermia, shock, cardiorespiratory failure. Historically, this is the time of year. The second half of January, we typically see some of the coldest temperatures of the winter. All right, the high temperature, Minneapolis on Friday. You're anticipated to be air temperature, not wind chill, air temperature double digits below zero. You may not rise above zero in Chicago. Energy demand is going to skyrocket. And then, of course, depending on the track of this massive southern storm with snow, sleet, freezing rain, the severe cold will continue to press southward and eastward this weekend into early next week. Now, for those who have not properly taken measures to protect pipes from freezing and haven't had any problems thus far, this is a warning what may be ahead. There may be a long-lasting power outages in the southern states where this storm brings freezing rain rather than sleet or snow. The cold unfolding in much of the Midwest and Northeast is a preview of what's to come over the next couple of days on its own. Some areas may experience their lowest temperatures of the winter so far. In the days leading up to the big blast of cold and the big winter storm, we are watching several clipper storms bringing some lighter snow to the Midwest and the interior Northeast. Making preparations. All right, there was a blurb came down just before the midnight hour Eastern time. I guess those tracking when you see Air Force One depart and suddenly make a U-turn and return. Something's amiss, right? That was the word I had seen posted. Official word comes down. President Trump's flight to the World Economic Forum in Switzerland was forced to return to the U.S. shortly after takeoff due to what the White House is calling a minor electrical issue. Air Force One was rerouted back to Joint Base Andrews in Maryland after the crew identified the issue, according to the press secretary Caroline Leavitt, speaking to reporters that were traveling with the president. The president and those accompanying him were expected to board a new aircraft and resume the trip to Switzerland. The White House subsequently said Air Force One once had arrived back at Andrews a little after 11 o'clock this past evening, so they're getting a late start. She kind of made a joke about the president's agreement to accept a plane from Qatar to be used as Air Force One, telling reporters the new jet sounds much better given the electrical issue. So that technical issue will delay the president's highly anticipated speech today at the World Economic Forum in Davos. amid the strained relations with European allies over this whole campaign to annex Greenland. We did get official word from the president this past day, stating he had a very good telephone call with NATO's Secretary General in regards to Greenland. He said he had agreed to a meeting of various parties in Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum. Did not specify, I guess, which world leaders would be part of this. But as I expressed to everyone very plainly, Greenland is imperative for national and world security. There can be no going back on that. Everyone agrees, according to his post on Truth Social. Earlier, speaking to reporters, he said the United States would talk about acquiring Greenland at the World Economic Forum because Denmark cannot protect the territory, as he put it. So there you go. Some of the latest what's going on out there. All right, let's see. Eagle getting ready for the big winter storm. And I don't know where you're going to be able to hide this weekend, Eagle, because it looks like this nasty mess is going to stretch from Texas all the way to the Carolinas. Yeah, some areas talking 1.5 to 2 feet of snow.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, I don't know where I'm gonna head to. I don't know. I'm definitely. I don't know. I'm looking at the TV right now in the truck stop, and you never know what the weather gonna do. When you're talking about ice storms, it could not even materialize. I've seen that happen before. In Texas, where the rain doesn't show up. The cold is there, but the rain doesn't show up, so it doesn't. It doesn't actually turn into ice. So hopefully, I'm hoping that's what's going to happen. But like you said, there really ain't no good place to go if you're on the east part of the country, because they say if it strikes, like you say, from Texas all the way to Carolina, then up to Pennsylvania and all that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the north. I don't know about Chicago and Wisconsin. I don't know what's going on. I know it's going to be cold, but I don't know if they expected a lot of snow and stuff. So I might try to get a load up that way or something, going to Wisconsin or something, or Chicago area. Maybe I can stay away from the ice until next week. But, because like I say, it's a little bit too dangerous to go into Texas right now. Well, like I said, it's still early in the week.
Couple days.
So, you got at least, you got to at least wait until, maybe Wednesday, Thursday before you see if this thing is going to materialize. But Steve, I wanted to go back to what, before I get started on this protest nonsense again. I wanted to talk about what the guy was talking about earlier, the college football. They said for years, back in the 90s and 2000s, people were always saying, with Johnny Manziel and some other players, these guys deserve to make money. But it's gone a little bit too far now, Steve, like Grump and the other guy said. Nobody, they're already paying for these guys' education. They're already paying for an education. Nowadays, that's over $100,000 a year in most universities in the U.S., $50,000 to $100,000. That's more than enough payment right there to pay for your damn education. I wish somebody would pay for my kids' education or my education like that $100,000. So, but like I said, Steve, it's gone a little bit too far now. When you paying these players, you got players making more than professional players. You got quarterback from Miami making $4 and $5 million. You got, I don't know how much the quarterback from Indiana made this year. I don't know what that amount is, but they paying these players way too much money. When they thought about this deal, I believe that between $50,000 and $100,000 a year would be more than enough money for a college kid to survive on if he decides to stay in school for 3 to 4 years. This money that they're paying these guys is outrageous. And now you got kids that want to skip out on these contracts just because they have a disagreement with the coach. How can you figure you could just leave the school and take the $4 million and go to another school and get money from that school too? It doesn't work like that. Or it shouldn't work like that. Because I'm understanding that the quarterback
the Indiana's quarterback, he got a younger brother that's on the team, and they say that he's transferring to another school.
Yeah.
He's not going to play for Indiana next year. So don't tell him how much money this guy's making. You got too many guys that's jumping ship. You know, because I remember a couple of years ago that same quarterback that played for Miami, he used to be quarterback at Georgia. And I remember one day I was watching TV, and all of a sudden they said he's no longer going to be quarterbacking for Georgia. What the hell's going on? And come to find out, he don't jump down to Miami because Miami gave him an expensive sports car and all this money, cash. You know, so it's got to come to a stop. The money, because now you got that's what drove Nick Saban out of college football, Steve, and that's the reason why he don't want to come back, because there were several job vacancies this year that Nick Saban, I thought for sure he was going to take one of those jobs, LSU or some of the other jobs that were available. But Nick Saban doesn't want anything to do with it because it's all about money. You look at what Lane Kiffin is doing right now. He's bringing in all kind of recruits into LSU, and the reason why he's doing it because they're paying top dollar. Don't be surprised if LSU go from the bottom to the top in 1 year because of all the money that they're spending at LSU. They got a big budget, and it's basically going to come down. College football is going to basically be winner takes all now, Steve. Whoever pays the most money to the players is the team that's going to be winning championships, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be the best athletes, the best quarterback, the best running back, the best defense is supposed to win the game, not who make the most money. And that's what it still came down to. It's like I'm like the other guy. If it continues like this, as much as I like college football, I won't watch it any longer either, because college is supposed to be an amateur sport, and you can't call yourself a damn amateur if you're making $5-6 million a year.
Right.
You might well be a professional athlete. You're a professional as far as I'm concerned. You just happen to be in college. So if it continues the same way it's going, hey, I'm through with college football, and I will no longer participate because they make it way too. When you got college kids making more than NFL players, there's something wrong with that. When you got a college guy making more than an NFL player. Now, getting to this other situation with Minnesota. Now, I believe this is a blessing from God, Steve, with the weather that they're having in Minnesota and other locations around the U.S. because it's so cold. You know, these people are trying to get rallies started. They had some deal going. You had talked about it tonight where people still to walk off their job and go out and protest. Nobody's showing up for these rallies because it's too cold outside. The weather's no good. Even these leftist lunatics from the Antifas and all those idiots, they're not even dumb enough to go out in minus 20-degree weather. That's the reason why you don't have these people out here protesting. It's not because don't think that they dropped the subject and forgot about it, because that's not what happened. They definitely want to be out there protesting and raising hell. The weather is just too bad. So like I said, that's why I say it's a blessing from God that the weather is bad. You let these guys calm down and let cooler heads prevail, because Donald Trump probably would have had to get the military in, and that's why he decided not to send them in, because he really didn't need them. But if things would have continued the way it was last week, he would have had to bring in the military. But like I say, luckily the weather came in and ran these losers out of town, and hopefully they never come back, because that's all they are, is troublemakers. Now, as far as this other situation goes, Steve, with Don Lemon, and he's in some serious trouble right now. Some late breaking news tonight when I was watching TV. They saying that the Department of Justice has filed some kind of injunction. I don't know. I forgot what that word was. The 4 people in Minnesota, that includes the mayor and the governor. And Don Lemon's name is on that list for an investigation by the DOJ for the involvement in interfering with the FBI and the ICE people, and plus what happened in that church that Don Lemon that they went to and interrupted that church service just because they found out, and we still don't know if that's true or not. Steve, did you ever check on that information? They trying to say that the pastor of that church was an ICE agent, and I have a hard time believing that's true. But did you ever check on that to see if that was true information? The pastor of that church was an ICE agent.
All I know is that's why the protesters went in. I don't know if they thought the pastor or someone else that the pastor was harboring like an ICE agent. I don't know what the whole deal was. But.
Yeah, well, either way, any way you look at it, it's wrong for them to go into a church and interrupt the church service like that. And they're going to be get some serious penalties for that. Don Lemon, he could even go to jail for what he did for trying to insert a riot and get everybody all riled up and go in there and do what he did. Because he's not but a troublemaker. So we'll see what happens with that situation. And because when you got Donald Trump taking notice, I heard Donald Trump mention his name on TV today, and he called him exactly what I called him, a loser. That's what he is when he was talking about Don Lemon. So he's got the attention of Donald Trump. And that's not good when you got Donald Trump saying your name on live television. So Don Lemon, if I was him, I would I get the hell out of Minnesota if I was him, because they might be looking for him. So because he caused some unnecessary problems on Sunday. So we'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks. But like the one guy said today, Steve, the Bovino guy, the ICE commander, like he said before, these operations could be a whole lot easier if the governor and the mayor would cooperate with them and let them, instead of them letting these the guy, he showed pictures and photographs. Maybe you could talk about that tonight. He showed photographs of these individuals that they've been arrested in the last 2 or 3 days, child molesters, rapists, you name it, drug dealers, the whole deal. And this guy is releasing them back out on the street. Yep. If he would leave those guys in jail like they're supposed to be, and they make it a whole lot easier to arrest these guys, get them into custody, and get them the hell out of the town. But when you put these people on the street, then they got to go door to door, house to house, looking for these losers. And then that's when you could have a confrontation, because they said they already had some more guys trying to run them over with cars. They said today they had somebody trying to run an ICE agent over. So the more these individuals that's on the street, the more chances that you're gonna have of an ICE agent being run over by a car or even killed. And I hate to say this, but it seems like that's what the mayor and the governor of Minnesota want. And I thank you for taking my.
Yeah, there's actually 1,360 individuals behind bars that have ICE detainers on them there in Minnesota. And, of course, the mayor refuses to allow ICE to go into the jails and take them into custody. But as far as the church incident, Kristi Noem this past day said arrests are imminent. Arrest will soon be made in connection with the church where the anti-immigration activists interrupted the service. The Justice Department said they're investigating a group of protesters who disrupted the service there. One of the church pastors, according to this, allegedly leads the local ICE field office overseeing operations involving the arrest of illegal aliens. So I guess there are you've got a pastor, an assistant pastor, but that kind of answers your question. Yet somebody that was in that church was a part of the local ICE field office.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. and more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Justice Department has served grand jury subpoenas to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry, and other state and local officials in a federal probe into whether they improperly interfered with immigration enforcement amid protests following an ICE agent shooting. Officials called the subpoenas politically motivated, and tensions remain high over the federal immigration operations. The Department of Justice is appealing a judge's order dealing with how federal agents can and cannot act when it comes to anti-ICE protesters in Minnesota.
The ruling was issued late last week following the death of Renee Good. It bars federal agents from retaliating against peaceful protesters or using pepper spray or similar non-lethal munitions. It also bars agents from stopping vehicles that are following them, as long as those vehicles maintain a safe distance. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem called the order, quote, a little ridiculous. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Trump administration is going to host a global minerals summit on February 4th. That's according to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The meeting aims to strengthen mineral supply chains with international partners, a key part of Trump's push on Greenland, which officials say is vital for U.S. economic and national security. Actor Timothy Busfield will be released from jail as his case moves through the courts. He's been charged with sexually abusing 2 boys on the set of The Cleaning Lady while in New Mexico.
There's no evidence of noncompliance with prior court orders. Rather, this defendant self-surrendered and submitted himself to this court's jurisdiction.
A judge says the state didn't show clear evidence he must be held, although prosecutors argue he poses a danger. Wall Street took a tumble today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted 870 points. The S&P 500 lost 143 points, and the Nasdaq plunged 561 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
3 prominent Catholic archbishops are voicing their concern about U.S. foreign policy.
A letter published by the archbishops of Newark, New Jersey, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. questioned the moral foundation of U.S. actions in Venezuela, Greenland, and Ukraine. The archbishop said those actions have ignited a searing debate about the use of military force and the meaning of peace. They criticized an American foreign policy focused on narrow economic and social interests. I'm Jacqueline Carl.
The California GOP is requesting the U.S. Supreme Court to block congressional maps drawn under Proposition 50. They want the Ninth Circuit to reinstate the 2021 redistricting map ahead of the February 9th candidate filing deadline while the case is decided. Girl Scout cookie season is here.
This year, they've added a new cookie made of chocolate, marshmallow, and toasted almond cream called Explore-Mores. Toast Yay and S'mores were discontinued last year. Money raised goes towards leadership and entrepreneurial development programs for girls. Cookies are available at local booths and through their website through mid-March. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Washington State Legislature is considering a bill that would tighten restrictions on cities that can clear homeless camps.
Cities or counties would need shelters that allow pets and personal belongings so people in the camps have a place to go. It would allow people to sleep, eat, and rest, along with protecting their belongings from the weather. Supporters say it keeps homelessness from being criminalized. Opponents say it significantly reduces the ability to address homeless camps. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Just like that, another hour. Here we go, underway. Rolling into a Wednesday. Hey, Mike, what day is it? There you go. Hump Day, for sure. Who else checking in here? Michael says, I've got 12 degrees. Have you got a cold front or a warm front? Right? Drummer Girl, 10 degrees in northeast Philly at this hour. 2 at home. Yeah, Lehigh County, Pennsylvania is anti-ice. Yeah, but Allentown is a sanctuary city. All right, hello, Gary. I think we're about 20 degrees, southwest Ohio. I guess that sounds about right. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Scrapyard joins us, waving all 5. Hello, Billy. Morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive, folks. 25 degrees. Feels like 18 in Beulahville, North Carolina tonight. Rolling towards Garysburg, then back down to Southport, North Carolina. Safe travels. Happy Hump Day. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, driving under the stars in Mayberry, a.k.a. Mount Airy, North Carolina. 21 degrees at this hour. Gearing up for the real cold, even colder than that Arctic snap we had in December briefly. And this one's going to stick around for several days. And we're talking some of the coldest temperatures you've seen in parts of the south central USA, Tennessee, Kentucky, Arkansas. I mean, way below zero temperatures in the wake of that storm. Which, of course, if you're in ice, everything is going to literally freeze solid. Keeping your vehicle operating in these kind of temperatures can be very difficult. The cold really puts a strain on engines. Some tips from the diesel experts via Hot Shot Secrets. 5 tips to keep you moving through these bitter cold temperatures. Number 1, check your tire pressure. Keeping your tires inflated to the manufacturer's recommended pressure is crucial. Not only can improperly inflated tires lead to loss of control while you're driving, they can wear down prematurely, faulty traction, and make driving on icy roads more slippery than desirable. With a drop in temperature of 10 degrees, your tires lose about a pound of pressure. So if you think last time you checked your tires, set them like on a car to 32 pounds, it may have been 60 degrees outside. If you're 10 below zero, you've lost a good, close to 10 pounds of pressure. So check those tires. Top off the antifreeze. It is essential for any vehicle traveling through cold winter temperatures. Glycol in antifreeze keeps the water in both your radiator and engine from freezing when those outside temperatures begin to drop. Changing your antifreeze at the intervals your manufacturer recommends can prevent rust from building up on your cooling system. Hot Shot Secret, as a matter of fact, has several options for antifreeze that are pre-mixed, and that keeps the guesswork out of your winter maintenance there. Obviously, use your anti-gel. Every time you fuel up, diesel additives are a great way to incorporate continued upkeep throughout the winter. When additives can be used year-round, it's a good idea to remember to switch to a winter formula when we see these temperatures drop. When temperatures get low, the fuel in your tank can begin to freeze up or gel up. If the gelled-up diesel gets through the fuel filter, it can lead to lots of future engine problems. The everyday diesel treatment with Winter Defense is a fantastic solution. Save yourself a tow bill and potentially expensive engine problems. Keep the fuel tank full. Keeping your tank completely filled as often as constantly makes the chance of condensation much less probable. Condensation occurs when there are drastic changes in temperature, which can be expected this time of year especially. Keeping extra fuel on hand at home can eliminate the hassle of daily trips to the gas station to prevent condensation. Condensation can wreak havoc on your injector tips and the engine itself. Pre-mixing a fuel additive like everyday diesel treatment plus Winter Defense can save you some extra time when you're trying to fuel up on those busy mornings or late at night. And lastly, you might consider changing to a synthetic oil. Using a synthetic lubricant can be a game changer for both your diesel and gas engines. A major benefit of utilizing a synthetic lubricant is increased energy efficiency because it handles low temperatures better than traditional lubricant. Synthetic oils have better viscosity than conventional mineral oils and can flow more quickly during those cold winter temperatures. Now, plus the added bonus, synthetic oils allow extra time between oil changes without added damage to the engine. Yes, at Hot Shot Secret, we offer synthetic oil options for both diesel and gasoline engines. You can learn more about all that at hotshotsecret.com, but I can assure you in the coming days, there's going to be drivers who thought they had treated their fuel appropriately, maybe using a different product, a different brand name. You'll see them on the side of the road, gelled up, shut down. On down to the Sunshine State. Have we warmed up at all, or is it still chilly there?
No, it's not bad right now. I'm in 50 around in there. We're doing good.
That sounds like a heat wave.
I'm telling you. There's one thing y'all missed there, Steve. I mean, I know you guys, y'all deal with the engine part of the deal, and something that drivers need to look at and keep an eye on, especially if you drop and hook a lot of different trailers, is keep an eye on your water and your air system and your brakes and all that. That's one thing that you got to keep on top of driving a truck. You got to keep on top of it, especially if you're switching trailers a lot. Because there's a lot of folks out there that don't check that, and they let that water build up in that system, and it plays havoc on your brakes and all kinds of things. And when you get into winter, and I've experienced this when I was driving in the winter, is you get a lot of freeze-ups that way, and you're done. So that's one thing that we need to pay attention to a lot, too, as well. I mean, I know you guys emphasize on what's going on with the motor, you know, the fuel and the coolant and all that, and I know that's Hot Shots game. But there's also, you got to pay attention to that air system on that truck, too, you know. Keep an eye on it. And not just the tractor, the trailer as well. Pay attention to it. Keep your ear out for any leaks. You know, I've nursed a lot of stuff back to the yard because of that, and don't go through it, man. I tell you, it's something you got to stay on top of. But anyway, Steve, did you get my little video from Grady Judd there?
Just recently, let me see. I don't think I got it.
Well, I sent you a little video. Grady Judd's inside a church, and he's basically given, he's like, this shouldn't happen in America type of thing, and it's not going to happen in Polk County. And he's right, and he said in there, it doesn't matter what religion you are, or what you worship, what way you worship. Nobody should come in your church and do that protesting stuff at all, and that's the way it should be. That's the separation of church and state, and that's something that it needs to be focused on. I mean, I know that the Jewish community has had a lot of issues over the years with, people in the church, trying to do things and bad things to the church. And they have a lot of security for their churches. And it shouldn't be that way, Steve. It really shouldn't be that way. You should be able, the way you choose to worship, you should be able to go to church and not have to worry about that, right?
100%.
You shouldn't have to worry about it. So something we haven't really talked about too much is that big orange rocket you like there, Steve. It's out there at the launch pad. Did you see that?
They crawled out, Saturday, I think it was? Moving, 1 mile per hour?
Yeah, it took them 12 hours, buddy. 12 hours to get her out from the VAB to where there was, the final pad there at 39B. So it's on hollow ground now. It's on the same ground that Apollo shot from, so we'll see how she goes there. And you know who retired, Steve? You remember Sonny Williams?
Yeah, it was Butch and Sonny that were stranded, right?
Yeah, well, Butch retired right after that flight came back. But I was just reading today that Sonny has retired now. She's hanging it up. She's 27 years, in the astronaut deal. And she's hanging it up. I got a feeling with her it's a little bit more medically induced. She looked pretty frail when they came back.
Yeah.
So, but good for her. That's her decision. If she wanted to keep going, that would be her decision as well. And I back her on either one of them. She's a smart lady. She knows what she needs to do. And the one you need to pay attention to, Steve, since you like that big orange rocket, that lady that's going up on that big orange rocket, you got to pay attention to her. She's another Sonny. She's amazing. I mean, this lady is. She's top notch. She knows what's going on. She's a diehard astronaut, and pay attention to her. And that's going to be a good mission. They're saying they're going to go further than any human has went before. Now, I don't know if I'd want to go around the backside of the moon. Would you? Would you want to do that, Steve?
What's on the dark side of the moon?
Yeah, the only thing on the dark side of the moon that I know of is that fancy telescope thing that's looking back, because we can't see on the other side of it. And there's going to be more of that stuff going up as well this year. going to be a big year for space. Going to see a lot of stuff happening. Elon's going to get a lot of stuff going. So is, the Blue Origin and the Rocket Lab and all these different companies they're going to be busy at the Cape. The Cape's going to be very busy this year. And I'm just hoping we can get that Starship to take off, but I hope that sonic boom don't come across there pretty strong. I mean, these Falcon 9s, we get them about five minutes after it takes off, but this Starship's going to be a little bit more potent than those things. Those guys out in Texas, they already know what it's about, so we'll have to see how that plays out. But that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you, and I appreciate everybody out there. Y'all have a good one, and thanks for taking my call.
All righty. Good to hear from you, Philip. Thanks for checking in. I'm glad you're warming up a little bit. 50 degrees, yeah, I'd love to have 50 degrees right about now. We left off at the top of the hour. Kirsty Noem was, I think she was appearing on Greta Van Sustren's program this past day on Newsmax, asked about what's going to be coming. Are there arrests in relation to the incident at the church there over the weekend? To which she responded, there's going to be arrests in a matter of hours, as she put it. There will be arrests tied to that, and people will be brought to justice for how they violated the law. Yeah, she didn't elaborate who would be arrested, but said people involved, including the former CNN anchor Don Lemon, indeed had prior knowledge of the activists' plans. Yeah, Lemon said during a live stream that the group's plans were intentionally undisclosed ahead of time. The protest organized by Nakimi Levy Armstrong, who's been doing this kind of stuff since George Floyd. Then you've got Dante Wright and others, where they surprise people, they catch you off guard, and this was also live streamed on the Facebook page of Black Lives Matter Minnesota. The fact that ahead of time, before this even happened, he said that he had conducted some surveillance before they went into this church. Yeah, Noem speaking about Don Lemon. He identified individuals that were going in with him, that were activists, and the work that they've done in the past. The fact that this entire situation was then posted on the Black Lives Matter website, all this is something they're going to be responsible for. Don Lemon maybe in handcuffs?
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Okay, where might we find Senor Heatwave this Wednesday?
Good morning, Senor. We are in Cle Elum, Washington. Got 28 degrees, a little breezy. They had a little bit of snow falling there in Snoqualmie. I don't know if it was just getting blowed off the mountain or if it was actually coming down, but yeah, this ain't going to be too good a trip. We're going to be cruising on down to see Jake and Elwood Blues there in Joliet. So this might be interesting. Well, with the cold weather, we can see why we need to have separate power sources for these AI facilities that are going up because of the strain right now of what we're having on our own electrical grid for the homes and businesses. I mean, you add the AI facilities to it, and it's really going to put a strain on there. And I don't think these wind turbines are going to be turning as cold as it is, because they've had issues with them before where they just flat out would not go. So we'll see how this works out. So are y'all in the Midwest and the Southeast and the South down there in Texas? Is that the only part of the country that's going to be affected by this cold, or is it going to be hitting in the west, like in my neck of the woods there in New Mexico? Is it going to be hitting there as well?
Nah, you're on the west. They're saying like west of the Rockies should be okay, as you got the jet stream dropping down to your east.
Well, I guess geographically we're just a hop, skip, and a jump away from the from the Rocky Mountain range. I mean, I'm on the east side of the Sandias, which is part of the Rocky Mountain range, and you got Santa Fe kind of north and a little east. Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out when we get back, either Friday night or Saturday. So this football business with the colleges, I've said it before, and Eagle just reiterated it. It's semi-pro, and that's not what we want to have. We want to have consistency with kids, not only in sports but in education, and that's a real big issue with me, because I mean, you want to jump around. That's what you do when you're in the pros. You jump around. And even then in the pros, you don't have the teams that you had in the past. I mean, you could name players that stayed together for years. And now, if they're together for about, 3 or 4 years and all of a sudden they jump ship, well, you've got a completely new, different football team in the pros, and that's the way it's starting to be in college. So and you know who we have to blame for all this? The boosters. Whenever they were trying to give, a little bit of money under the table to these players, they got exposed, and they figured, well, if we do it for everybody, then we're not in trouble. But it's going to be the bigger schools that are going to be the beneficiaries of this NIL and whatever else they got going. So, anyways, as far as the church thing goes, well, you're at the bottom of the hour. You want to go ahead and head off?
We're about a minute away. Yeah, we can take care of that. Indiana troopers are asking drivers, please stop crashing into our troopers. Seems like this is happening an awful lot. Indiana troopers asking drivers, please use caution around emergency vehicles. They had yet a cruiser struck and seriously damaged by a passing semi-truck on Monday on I-69. Master Trooper A.J. Coffey was standing outside of his cruiser responding to a previous crash when the marked vehicle was struck by the semi-truck. The emergency lights were activated. No injuries, thank goodness, but people just not paying attention, right? Distractions. We'll be back right after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Justice Department has served grand jury subpoenas to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, and other state and local officials in a federal probe into whether they improperly interfered with immigration enforcement amid protests following an ICE agent shooting. Officials called the subpoenas politically motivated, and tensions remain high over the federal immigration operations. The Department of Justice is appealing a judge's order dealing with how federal agents can and cannot act when it comes to anti-ICE protesters in Minnesota.
The ruling was issued late last week following the death of Renee Good. It bars federal agents from retaliating against peaceful protesters or using pepper spray or similar non-lethal munitions. It also bars agents from stopping vehicles that are following them as long as those vehicles maintain a safe distance. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem called the order, quote, a little ridiculous. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thanks for being with us as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Kicking off a brand new day, Hump Day. Yes, indeed. All right, Senor Heatwave, welcome back.
Thank you for holding me over, Senor. Well, I guess on Hump Day we should say one hump or two.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's kind of cheesy. Sorry. This thing with that church, and I guess it was Minneapolis that got busted into. You know, one of my brothers in Texas, when he goes to church with his family, he carries a gun with him. It's a church out in the country, you know, about 20 minutes away from the nearest big city, and they have been, well, I wouldn't say violated, but they've had some people out there going to the cars that are in the parking lot, you know, looking for something to steal. And, you know, it's just a matter of time before these idiots think, well, why don't we just go inside the church and see what we can do? I mean, we've had church shootings before because someone's upset about religion or, you know, whatever it may be. Mm-hmm. And we've had more than enough people get killed in church, which should be a sanctuary for those, you know, who want to worship. And, you know, he's carrying the gun with him because he says, you know, it's just a matter of time before one of these idiots come in there, start shooting up the place or doing what that bunch did up there. And, you know, he has a concealed carry. So even though you're really not supposed to have a gun in church, you just can't let that hen house be open to all the wolves that are out there. Something's got to be done. Someone's going to have to stand up and say no more, and that's it. I mean, it seems like to me the left is more hell-bent on protecting illegal aliens and criminal illegal aliens. And what do they call that? I heard it on Greg Gutfield's show the other day. But a lot of these people that are out there pulling this crap are white liberal women. And, you know, some of them are ugly. And whenever they hit the ground, they measure on the Richter scale because they're doing something stupid. And right. ICE agent and people have to go ahead and plant their silly butts in the ground saying, don't do that. And, of course, when you see these people, they're also wearing pajama bottoms. What the hell's the matter with these people?
Right.
Goodness. So I'm pretty sure probably today and the next couple of days, I don't think those agitators are going to be out there rioting, and I won't call it protest. When you have people that are beating on cars and beating on officers and trying to run them over, that's not a protest. That's a riot. And, you know, when that one officer was getting run over by Good in her car, yeah, he had every damn right to go ahead and defend himself, protect himself and others, because she weaponized her vehicle.
Yes.
She's not a damn saint, people. She is just as bad as the worst of the illegal aliens out there with a bad criminal record. And the other groups that coming in there under this false pretense of, oh, we support, you know, these protesters. You know, they're just as bad. And I was talking to my co-driver here earlier before he sacked out, and he's afraid that what's going to happen is we're going to eventually get drawn into another civil war. And, you know, I can just see a group of people, not in my neck of the woods, I hope, but I can see a group of people out there like that one idiot saying, well, ICE comes here, I got my gun.
Right.
Well, you made yourself the first target, and they're gonna knock you out before you even have a chance to raise that damn gun up. And in heaven forbid I see that kind of action in my neighborhood, where we've got liberals out there with their water pistols, raising all sort of cane, walking down the street. I'm not going to actually feel too secure myself. And I've got a little armory out there in the house, shotguns, rifles, and handguns. It just takes one person to get triggered, no pun intended, literally, no pun intended, and something's going to happen. And with the way that things are going up in Minneapolis, with the governor and the mayor, threatening, well, we're not going to do this. We're going to resist you at all cost. All it takes is one little spark, and the lead's going to fly, and there's going to be a lot of people down, and then they're going to be wondering how in the hell did it get this far? And it's like, well, think about it. What did you do to do this, to bring this about? All the officers are doing, they're following the laws, they're enforcing the laws of the land. And you, being the agitators and the rioters, I ain't going to call them protesters anymore.
Right.
They're rioters. And I'm not going to say illegal aliens. Well, I'm going to say illegal aliens because that's what they are. They're not undocumented workers. And the fraudsters. Why are you protecting them when the outcome is it hurts you in the end? Because when you need these services to help you out, it's not going to be there. And I know Russia and China are just looking over here going, oh, Trump's got issues.
Right.
He's got internal issues. Now would be the time to strike. And as far as Greenland goes, said it last night, Europe needs to understand, NATO needs to understand that that's going to be the shortest route for Russia to fire these missiles. They're not going to fire them all the way from the east coast of Russia all the way to the west. It's a
big part of his Golden Dome, as he calls it. That's a part of that's going to be part of our defense against those adversaries. Have a great day, Senor Heatwave. Hey, Shorty just shared. Hard to believe. It's time is flying by. We're already into January. And yes, we're staring down the barrel of the Mid-America Truck Show. Just around the corner. The PKY Truck Beauty Championship returns to the Mid-America Truck Show for the 34th time. If you haven't marked your calendar yet, March 26th through the 28th, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, at the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville. To kick off the custom show truck season, owner-operators, custom builders, fleets, enthusiasts invited from across North America to compete, observe, and celebrate the camaraderie among truckers. And innovation on display in owners' heavy-duty trucks. You can register through February 15 or until 175 trucks are registered. I guess the cutoff. Yeah, the Truck Beauty Championship is more than a competition. It's an industry spectacle that brings together builders, owners, drivers, fans, showcasing the best in truck design and craftsmanship, says Toby Young, Truck Show president. We're excited to welcome the custom truck enthusiast community back to Louisville in 2026 and raise the bar even higher. All right, in addition to the multitude of awards from the PKY Championship, the event also includes the Big Rig Build-Off, the PKY Lights Show, and the PKY Parade, the light show Thursday, first night of the show. About time the sun goes down to 9:30 p.m. A nighttime display where the show trucks light up the showgrounds, highlighting their custom lighting, their designs. You've got the PKY Parade presented by Big Rig Videos Saturday. This is pretty much after the show wraps up there. Saturday, the show ends at is it 4 or 5 in the afternoon? And they get all the custom trucks that do a lap around the Circle of Champions, they call it. A lap around the entire fairgrounds. Attendees kind of line up the route to watch the parade every year and close out the show. The actual truck awards ceremony is Saturday, 10 a.m., the culminating event recognizing the winners across multiple categories, including Best of Show, the People's Choice, honoring the skill, creativity, and dedication of all the builders. And lastly, the Big Rig Build-Off, they've been doing this for several years. That's a head-to-head competition where elite custom truck builders showcase their craftsmanship, creativity, innovation, vying for the top honors in what is one of the industry's most prestigious contests, a Big Rig Build-Off. All right, who we got? Buckwheat checking in here on a Wednesday. How the heck are you, Buckwheat?
Oh, we be cold this morning here in Ephrata, Pennsylvania. We ain't got no temperature.
No, zero.
It's 0 degrees. Yeah. So anyhow, but yeah, it was just, the United States Postal Service keeps upping their rates. And, I remember back when you could send postage I think it was like 17 cents and 18 cents and keeps going up. And, well, we have a personal experience of why the United States Postal Service is wasting money. My wife has a sister that lives in Burlington, Washington. And so she sent her a Christmas package parcel and through the mail, and she sent it on December 19th. And it said it was estimated to arrive December 26th, which is fine. I mean, no rush. But anyhow, so it left the local post office here and on the 19th and ended up in Lancaster, then ended up in Aurora, Colorado, then it ended up in Seattle, Washington by the 23rd, which that's reasonable. And Burlington, Washington's about an hour and a half drive north of Seattle, and so it's on the right track. And then it sat there till January 1st. And January 1st, it arrived in Anchorage, Alaska. And then it was sent back to Seattle. And then it left Seattle and went back to Seattle again. And it messed around there for a while and then ended up going to Everett, Washington. And then it ended up going to Burlington, Washington. Then it was delivered on the 19th of January.
Wow.
And it was like, wow, it messed around for about 3 weeks out there in Washington going up to Anchorage. And it was really messed up. Somebody dropped the ball and somebody made a mistake. But anyhow, I guess that's life. But there was just a local news story here. I think it broke last week sometime, and my wife is all upset about it. The place is actually 2 miles from our house here in Ephrata, in the town of Ephrata, and they arrested a guy for having skeletons in his house. And at first, when I read it, it's like, oh well, he was a little bit loopy, and think of skeletons like a science class and exposition and stuff like that, But here, he would go. He broke into a cemetery in western Philadelphia and robbed skeletons, the bodies, and he set up a catalog online. He was selling these body parts of mummified, body parts from people to other people. And as the story goes, his girlfriend in his house claimed she didn't know nothing about it. But the locals said there was buzzards circling around the house because the smell was so bad coming from the house. And he also had a storage unit over there close to 222 and 322 that they had 8 more skeleton bodies in there. And, so I think we do have some strange people here in Ephrata that, they need their wires checked and everything. But, so anyhow, that's some of the strange things that going on. But I'm looking forward to it. I said the Cream of Wheat. I said that tomorrow starts a whoopie pie festival in a local grocery store here, Shady Maple. Some of you may know of a Shady Maple Smorgasbord, but it's our grocery store that the same people own, and they have 30 different flavors of whoopie pies that they're going to be selling, and you can choose from. And so I might go check that out tomorrow, since I ain't got nothing to do right now. I still don't have a return to work date yet. Yesterday I was able to lift 20 pounds. So, we're recouping a little bit here. We're getting bored. There's only so much TV shows you can watch, but actually right now I'm looking at you on my big 60-inch screen TV, watching you. But, it's, we supposedly we were supposed to start immune therapy last Thursday, but we're sort of waiting on insurance, and they didn't authorize it yet. And I don't blame them, but I want it done, because going through surgery when you get cancer and you keep fighting, each surgery keeps getting worse and worse. And this one here is, I don't want to go through it again, but the immune therapy is $10,000 a shot.
Wow.
And it's, you got 6 shots 3 weeks apart, and then 6 weeks apart for the next, almost 8-10 months. And, and I guess, after, when I get this treatment, my body is sort of going to be any bodily fluids, if somebody has to clean something up, if I get sick and discharge out, stomach runs the wrong way, they have to use full PPE to clean the stuff up, if it happens within 3 days after I got a treatment. But anyhow, it's, that's sort of what my life looks like now, and just sitting around home. And, I'm still I'm back up to doing 10,000 steps a day and walking around upstairs and above my garage, and, trying to keep busy that way. But, I did change a light bulb last week. So
major task.
That was, and I enjoy holding my new grandson. He's still he was under my 10-pound weight limit. So his Sunday afternoon I spent with him. And so, that's my excitement for my life. But, I came to the conclusion probably not going to have time to go off to go to Mid-America Truck Show. So I was a little disappointed on that, but hey, I'm taking a little bit too much time off now. So need to, once I get back to work, I need to, get a stockpile back up again, but, so anyhow, that's all we had. We have no schedule. We get up when we want to get up and get out of bed, and, whatever time it is. And, but, so, all right. Well, that's all I have, and we'll speak at you later.
Appreciate the update there, Buckwheat. Up late tonight for whatever reason, but Mondays. Well, for Brain Dead anyway.
Yeah. Morning there, Steve-O.
How we been?
Oh, just saw about 5 minutes ago they got a winter storm watch just posted for the Memphis area. So Oh, it's just going to be all kind of fun because they're going to shut the warehouse down here on Saturday. There ain't nothing going out Saturday. So at least our warehouse has a little bit of common sense other than, well, some of the stores. But our Philip talking, y'all missed a big historical date yesterday. Do you know what happened 96 years ago yesterday?
Memory doesn't serve. No.
Buzz Aldrin's birthday.
How about that?
Yeah, 96 years old, man. Imagine the stories, though. But now y'all were talking about the whole no intelligence league here, and Eagle hit it on the head. Why Saban don't want to come back to coaching, but they're pushing for him and somebody else to be part of a commissioner for the NCAA, and. Right now is the wild, wild west. I mean, you get whatever you want. Carson Beck, to me, is just fighting, and these other kids are fighting to go into the draft because of the whole they can't make it in the NFL. I mean, you go look at Tebow, go look at Colt McCoy. They're really good in college, but they just didn't make it into pros, and not everybody can make it into the pros.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's the thing that a lot of those kids don't understand. So they know that, hey, you know what, I'm in college. I can play like I'm going to class. I'm getting paid $4 million a year. Why should I go into the NFL draft? Why should I, leave school? It's kind of like these 30-year-old kids being at home, mama's basement. Why should they leave and go out into the real world? But did you see the new NASCAR provisional they have for new OEMs? Did you see that?
I have not.
Dodge is coming into the truck series this year, and they've came up with this provisional that says that you're guaranteed slots in the first 4 races. Okay, you know what? I can buy that, but testing would have been a lot better. Actually getting track time to shake the vehicle, to shake whatever out, and to get something better, because because you look at the entry list now of all the ones that are coming in for the provisional, and yes, Jimmy Johnson, he's got that open provisional because he was a former champion, which is insane. I mean, what are we trying to do? Fill the field? I mean, 40 cars is 40 cars. Doesn't matter if you were a champion. Doesn't matter if you're a champion or not. But real quickly, they announced who won who are the new enshrinees into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Did you see that?
I did see that. I have not yet mentioned it, but go ahead.
Yeah, Andrew Jones and Carlos Beltran. I kind of agree with that. I think Carlos Beltran's been snubbed for many a year, but the one I thought was kind of interesting was that Alex Rodriguez only got, 40% of the vote. So, hey, you know what? Maybe there are some people still, the old-timers that are still watching too, Steve. But I got to get in here and go to work, buddy. You have a good morning.
All right. Now, I'm trying to recall. I think the one guy, he'd been on this was I believe his ninth year on the ballot there. Yeah, finally into the Hall of Fame. All right, rolling up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Of course, more than a decade ago, we know the truck parking crisis had been labeled a national priority. Are we finally really looking to do something about it?
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says over 10,000 arrests have been made in Minneapolis as the Trump administration continues to crack down on illegal immigration.
The Homeland Security Secretary took to X Monday to say over 10,000 arrests were made of what she called criminal illegal aliens who were killing Americans, hurting children, and raining terror in Minneapolis. The Pentagon is awaiting potential orders to send about 1,500 troops to Minnesota. This comes as anti-ICE protests continue in the state after the deadly shooting of Renee Good by an agent. President Trump has said he may invoke the Insurrection Act as a result of the unrest. However, on Friday, he said he may not use it anymore. I'm Monica Nelson.
California Governor Gavin Newsom urged European leaders to stand united against President Trump, calling him a narcissist reshaping the world.
Diplomacy with Donald Trump? He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you.
While speaking in Davos, Newsom criticized leaders for flattering Trump publicly while mocking him privately as tensions rise over Greenland. The Justice Department says 2 former DOJ employees may have misused Social Security data while in contact with a group seeking to overturn election results. It's unclear if any data was shared. Both are under review for potential Hatch Act violations. House Speaker Mike Johnson made history as the first sitting House Speaker to address the British Parliament, marking America's 250th birthday.
Even though we planned this back in the fall, we didn't know how the events would develop over the last few days. But I told the President that I felt that my mission here today was to encourage our friends and help to calm the waters, so to speak, and I hope to do so.
His visit coincides with President Trump traveling to the World Economic Forum in Davos.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted 870 points. The S&P 500 lost 143 points, and the Nasdaq plunged 561 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Democratic leaders in Chicago are speaking out against President Trump and ICE.
A group that included Illinois Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton condemned ICE operations during the annual Rainbow Push Martin Luther King Jr. breakfast.
This is our moment to choose courage over comfort, to choose faith over fear.
The leaders also called for an end to racial injustice, economic inequality, and educational inequities. The breakfast raises funds for scholarships and recognizes people who carry on Dr. King's mission. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
New York City's largest nurse strike is in its 9th day as the nurses stick to their demands.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani and Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders joined more than 15,000 nurses on the picket line.
The nurses are the people who keep us alive and who nurture us. The nurses are there when we are born. They are there when we are sick. They are by our bedside when we die.
Nurses are demanding better staffing ratios, protection from workplace violence, and better health care benefits. I'm Natalie Migliori.
The Ron Bailey Kent has been accused of breaking into Anheuser-Busch's St. Louis campus and caught asleep on a sofa after he allegedly stole several beers. He reportedly also damaged a cooler and a door frame during the break-in. He's being held on a $50,000 bond. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Welcome into a Wednesday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. All points in between, hey, it's hump day. Hey, trust your week's going well. Under industry headlines, I mentioned just before the news break. Yeah, we've been talking about it for well over a decade. The truck parking issue, the national priority. Actions from the federal government never actually reflected that designation, though. You know, all these years later, Congress finally appears poised to dedicate some real money toward addressing the problem. The House Appropriations Committee's Department of Transportation funding bill for fiscal year 2026 would dedicate $200 million toward the creation of public truck parking. Now, they stipulate recipients of the funding would not be allowed to charge for the truck parking spaces. Additionally, the funds could not be used for electric vehicle charging stations. Now, according to research from OOIDA and the American Trucking Associations, there's only one truck parking space for every 11 truck drivers, posing serious safety concerns for truckers and the motoring public. As we know, for years, truckers have called attention to the dangerous, sometimes fatal situations caused by the lack of parking spaces. OOIDA's Todd Spencer says OOIDA commends the Appropriations Committee a record $200 million allocation to start tackling this long-standing safety challenge. With currently only one parking space for every 11 trucks on the road, we're going to keep pushing for solutions until truckers no longer have to worry about where they can stop and take a break. We've spent years advocating for meaningful truck parking funding. Most notably, we worked with Representative Mike Bost of Illinois to craft the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, H.R. 1659, which would dedicate $755 million toward the addition of truck parking spaces. Past versions of Bost's bill have received support from both parties, but have failed to pass, as we know. Back in July, OOIDA Executive Vice President Louis Pugh testified to the Senate committee that it's very past time for lawmakers to start prioritizing the needs of America's truck drivers. Even more, OOIDA vowed to oppose any version of a highway bill that ignored the need for truck parking. Frankly, truckers are sick and tired of lawmakers ignoring their pressing safety needs while funding their other pet projects. And rest assured, they will be watching closely to see if Washington finally delivers, stipulating if the next surface transportation reauthorization fails to provide dedicated funding for truck parking but authorizes even a single penny of funding for new initiatives, OOIDA will use every tool it has to ensure that legislation is defeated. Now, the House is expected to consider the DOT funding bill at some point this week. That could be happening later today. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the docket at this point in time. Then an update, just 1 week after taking the fight to the next level, the federal government apparently throwing in the towel on their attempt to tie transportation funding to immigration enforcement, cutting off the federal funding spigots to states that do not comply with the federal policies has been the favored tactic of the current administration. As recently, the DOT pulled $160 million from California for failing to address their non-domiciled CDL issues. Several other states, including North Carolina, Colorado, have received similar threats. In those cases, the feds pulled funding over issues directly related to transportation. Last April, the DOT attempted to pull funding from states that did not comply with policies seemingly unrelated to transportation. It was immigration. That prompted some 20 state attorneys general to file a lawsuit against the DOT, claiming that tying transportation funding to immigration enforcement violates the statutes that authorize the funding and constitutes an executive branch takeover of the power of the purse, which is held by Congress. In the letter to the state DOTs, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy stated that some states have issued driver's licenses to people violating immigration law. He reasoned that that's enough to withhold federal funding for not complying with other immigration policies, like immigration and customs enforcement raids. A federal judge was not convinced. Chief Judge John McConnell Jr. of the Rhode Island District Court ruled in favor of the states last June. He found that Congress did not authorize the DOT to step into the immigration enforcement ring. So the federal government appeared unwilling to take no for an answer at the time, because earlier this month, the DOT filed an appeal in the First Circuit. However, that willingness to keep the fight going apparently short-lived. On January 13, DOT filed a motion to voluntarily dismiss the appeal. Does not mention why, the federal government is dropping their case. Now, since the states filed that lawsuit last summer, the DOT has found other ways to tie transportation funding more directly to immigration, as in the English proficiency and the non-domiciled CDL enforcement. Last May, as we know, they announced they'd begin enforcing the English proficiency regulations, taking non-compliant drivers off the road. A few months later, the FMCSA issued that interim final rule tightening restrictions on the non-domiciled CDLs. Those two actions alone have allowed the DOT to threaten federal funding over immigration-related issues. Then in August, Duffy said he would pull funding from any state that doesn't comply with the English regulations. That led to $33 million at the time being held from California, which the state has also taken to court. That case is actually pending. Shortly after the states sued over immigration enforcement ties, the DOT said they would conduct a nationwide audit of states issuing non-domiciled CDLs. That led to the interim final rule, heavily restricting those CDLs. Since then, the DOT has pulled funding or threatened to pull funding from other states that don't comply with the new law there. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, meanwhile, in the state of California, just a friendly reminder that sightseeing is not an emergency. After a truck driver made a stop on the shoulder to take in the view from the Golden Gate Bridge. Whoops. January 18, Highway Patrol's Baron Davison ticketed the truck driver for making a non-emergency stop on a freeway shoulder in the Bay Area. The driver of the rig was nowhere near his vehicle after he parked on the shoulder. He was found almost a mile away, taking in the view of the bay on the Golden Gate Bridge. Troopers used the incident as a reminder to the trucking community. Stopping on the shoulder of a freeway is dangerous and permitted only when your vehicle's disabled or when directed to do so by a peace officer or in the case of an emergency. They then shared a copy of the citation photograph there, but not an emergency. Look at that beautiful view. What's going on, Pappy?
Steve, he probably would have got a lot more clicks if he would have went live on Facebook and jumped. I bet you there ain't too many videos of the view heading down into the Pacific there, the Hudson Bay, whatever the hell it is. 21 degrees on the cruiser dash in the far side of southwest Ohio, Hamilton County. What's the latest on the snow predictions? Anything?
All over the board. I mean, some models, some are saying 2 to 3. Some are saying 6 to 8. Some are saying 12. I don't think anybody knows right now.
Jeez. Well, let's hope it's 2 to 3 because I'm really kind of done with snow already. It's not like we had a ton of snow, but we had our little fair share, I guess.
We're running a little above average. I can tell you this: once we get through the afternoon Thursday, but we don't get back to the freezing mark till sometime, maybe middle of next week. We don't get above freezing, day or night.
Wow. It is what it is, Steve. It's wintertime. Come on, man. Without days like this, you wouldn't appreciate the summer.
Yeah.
You know what? I was getting ready for work, putting the uniform on, buttoning the buttons, putting the gun belt on, and Trump's out there giving a big old press conference. Steve, you know what he needs to do? He needs to address the nation with a big old presser, 8 o'clock at night, from the Oval Office, important message, and have a big screen TV next to him, right? And when he starts the press conference, he should, before I speak, I want to show you all a little something on the TV here. And just start showing all these clips from former presidents.
Right.
And congressmen, all talking about the illegals in the country.
And enforcing the law.
Yes, sir. That's what he ought to do. Really hadn't talked about Greenland here lately. I know he came out making a statement. We'll take it by force if we have to. I think he's just messing, trolling them. I don't think that's really going to happen. But Steve, what have I been saying about NATO for the last 6 months, maybe a year? We need to get out.
Mm-hmm.
Screw NATO. Screw the UN. EU's against us. The UN's against us and NATO's against us. In fact, they just came out and pretty much said what their little statements were about Greenland and all that. Didn't they make the comment that, if you take that by force, maybe we'll just kick you out of NATO?
Correct.
Didn't they make... But what, Steve? What about this plan? We don't have to bow out. Just let them kick us out. Idiots. I think Eagle's right. I don't know. I haven't heard too much about any protesting going on over there in Minneapolis tonight. Haven't heard too much of the news, though. What was going on with the app earlier? I'm like, what the hell? Somebody said it was 85 degrees somewhere where it shouldn't have been. If the app wasn't working at the beginning of the show or something?
When I was trying to get the show started, it wouldn't start streaming. I had to reset the vMix, and the app did not kick in when I reset that, so I had to redo that at the bottom of the hour.
Well, I'm glad because I can't really drive around with Facebook on all the time. So, other than that, good show, man. I really don't have a whole lot, Steve, other than it's my day 6, as we call it. Back in the day when we used to work a 6-2 schedule, we would work 6 days and then off 2. So I'm off for the next 2, and I gotta work the weekend.
You're going to be out there with everybody calling, I'm in the ditch.
Yeah. Not really looking forward to working this weekend, but it is what it is. All right, brother.
And you'll have to double up on the long johns because our overnight lows are going to be in the single digits. So,
yeah, man. I can't put no more on than what I already got on right now. You know, it's just, it is what it is. So, all right, everybody be safe. Hammer down. Watch your 6. Thanks for taking the call, Steve. Appreciate it.
Thanks for checking in there, Pappy. You got it. Let me see here. As we've been following, look at all these, the models coming in with each passing run. They've been talking about this potential superstorm. And I think about a week and a half ago, I shared with you that some of these runs were showing like 40-something inches of snow falling in some areas of the South. And all the meteorologists were like, all right, listen, this is not going to happen. Yeah, there's some sort of an issue. Bad info was fed into the models or something. Remember, so these models have been picking up something big for weeks. Now, it's not going to be of that magnitude, but it's going to be big. This forecaster from in the South is talking about the ice side of this storm. And I quote, I cannot overstate how catastrophic this ice storm could be if the models are even half right. Now, the model averages are showing about an inch of ice accumulation from Texas through Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, into the Carolinas. Some models, like the generally reliable Euro model, even have a crippling 1 to 2 inches of ice accretion. Now, to put ice amounts into perspective, 1/4 of an inch of accumulation can be disruptive. Obviously, icy roads, some scattered power outages, tree and line damage in some cases. A 1/2 inch, that's where you start to really get the heavy load on the trees and the power lines. Crippling, severe tree damage, widespread, long-lasting power outages. When you talking an inch or more, I mean, that is catastrophic. Infrastructure failure, impassable roads, weeks-long power outages. This is why this setup is so concerning. A prolonged multi-day freezing rain event could indeed lead to disastrous ice accumulations. Let's hope the models are overdoing this. Because if they're not, the South could be in serious trouble. Now, don't panic yet. There's still time for the trends to change. All right, we'll be back with further updates. Hang in there, and I'll help you get through this, my brethren, as he refers. So, and you're looking at some of those models, it's incredible. And for our area here, Southwest Ohio, Pappy was just asking about. One model shows, well, we might get 2 to 3. Another model, 6 to 8. Then another model says, we could be looking at 11, 12 inches. You just never know. It's one of those deals where, all right, whatever the forecast is, if they forecast a foot, we'll get the 2 inches. If they forecast the 2, we'll get the foot. It's kind of like the rule of thumb. It always works that way. Well, I have not been paying close attention. I did not realize we have been continuing to seize oil tankers in the Caribbean. Last I had heard, we were like on number 3. We have now seized our 7th oil tanker in the Caribbean this week. Southcom said the vessel was operating in defiance of President Trump's quarantine. The apprehension of another tanker operating in defiance of the established quarantine of sanctioned vessels in the Caribbean demonstrates our resolve to ensure that the only oil leaving Venezuela will be oil that is coordinated properly and lawfully, according to the announcement from Southcom this past day. We'll give you more details on that coming up here as well. It's 844-844-3388. Here comes a hump day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Justice Department has served grand jury subpoenas to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, and other state and local officials in a federal probe into whether they improperly interfered with immigration enforcement amid protests following an ICE agent shooting. Officials called the subpoenas politically motivated, and tensions remain high over the federal immigration operations. The Department of Justice is appealing a judge's order dealing with how federal agents can and cannot act when it comes to anti-ICE protesters in Minnesota.
The ruling was issued late last week following the death of Renee Good. It bars federal agents from retaliating against peaceful protesters or using pepper spray or similar non-lethal munitions. It also bars agents from stopping vehicles that are following them, as long as those vehicles maintain a safe distance. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem called the order, quote, a little ridiculous. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, how about a shout out to our latest affiliate joining our network of terrestrial stations around the country. Got word from Ryan this past day that Chattanooga, Tennessee is on board. AM 1070 WFLI. We called it The Fly back in the day. Believe it or not. Well, believe it because it's true. I actually did a stint. I worked there briefly. Some 40 years ago, right after I had abandoned ship, I quit my job in Cincinnati because the princess had gone home from school, moved back to Georgia. I quit my job the next day, damn near beat her down there to the foot of Lookout Mountain. Actually moved in there, and that's when I got the job at WFL. It was a weekend gig. Back in that day, they were a Southern gospel station. They had gone through a number of format changes over the years, different iterations. But it was, again, Southern gospel at the time when I worked there. I remember, hired by a guy by the name of Bill Claiborne. Big, tall cowboy hat, snakeskin boots, had that big, deep country radio voice. Working like Saturday evenings, early Sunday mornings. I remember in the evening hours, they were 50,000 watt daytime, had to turn the power down at night. Because there was some clear channel station out of, I think, California that had the rights to that signal during the overnight hours. I remember getting a call where I forgot to turn down the power one night. Here we were blasting out the 50,000 watts. I don't know how far the signal was going, but you get in trouble for that. Yes, you do. But there you go, my little history with AM 1070 WFLI. That's when we lived right there at the foot of Lookout Mountain in Flintstone, Georgia. I'd hop in the car and make that drive down through St. Elmo, then around the mountain, Lookout Mountain, to the other side of the mountain. And the towers were kind of like nestled in a little valley down there. All directional towers. So it's 844-844-3388. Well, let's see what the right-wing nut, I do believe, has going on. Good morning, wing nut.
Morning, yes, right wing nut, yeah. Hey, I just got on, and did you say you drove down to Georgia to beat your wife there?
I almost beat her timing-wise to the destination.
Oh, okay, not physically. Okay. Gotta make sure this is clear, Don't want to be incriminated.
I'm not a wife beater.
No. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm over here in Yakima, Washington. I don't know what the hell a Yakima is, but whatever it is, I don't particularly care for it. Just in a rest area over there doing God's business, and I noticed they had some writing on the wall. It was not scripted by the outhouse poet, but something, I don't know what, because it was in like 15 different languages, and I couldn't read it. Some of them was like a house with a goat in it, or a bank with bars, or a flag with a little in the middle of it, and I had no idea what that was all about. But I noticed there was a bunch of empty water bottles in there. Excuse me. Cigars is kind of hard to quit, you get a little addicted to them, and you got to get another one every now and then. But I had all these water bottles in there, and it's like, what the hell are they doing? Are they sampling toilet water, or what's going on? Do you have any idea about that?
That I can't tell. I can't say. I have no idea. Yada.
Well, I know whatever I put in the pot, I damn sure ain't going to be drinking out of it. So, if anyone's got an idea what them water bottles are all about, I greatly appreciate it. And, being in the bathroom stall, you really don't want to touch anything.
No.
Hell, even the paper you use, you kind of wonder sometimes if that's even a good paper to use, you know what I mean? There's a lot of paperwork to be done in places. But, excuse me. Yeah, other than that, Trump and Greenland. Well, who's the country that owns that island?
Denmark.
Small country.
Denmark, yes.
Denmark.
Yes.
Now, how many people does Denmark have in their total population there in their part of the world?
I don't know about Denmark. Greenland's about 50-something thousand, 57 maybe thousand.
Well, I tell you what, for a country that's 4 times bigger than Alaska, I think you're going to need more than 50,000 people there to really have anything, have a footprint, so to speak, as far as protecting that country. And I wonder how many of them NATO people are going to be putting people there instead of, we're sending 17, we're sending 15, we're sending 13. But individuals or thousands of people, that's an awful big country to defend. And I think Trump's doing the right thing. He's getting them all fired up. And if they could pull their heads out of their butts by yelling pop, you know what it means when you yell pop? That means you pulled your head out your butt. And now you can hear clearly what people are trying to say, and that's what them European nations need to do, because they're just seeing Trump as a blowhard, and he's trying to get them to realize that island is excuse me, it's a country that needs to be protected, with the minerals and the potential oil and whatever else, plus the Golden Dome. You say that to me, and I think about my bald spot, But anyways, they gotta understand. Trump's trying to get them to understand, hey, we need to put people here. And I think Heatwave had the right idea, maybe a 100-year lease for $1, and share the wealth. But I could be wrong. I thought I was once, but I was mistaken.
No.
I wasn't wrong. No. So I'll go ahead and I'll let you go, and you have yourself a good night.
Well, thank you for checking in there. Say hello to your brother, will you? The right-wing nut. You mentioned the 7th oil tanker seized by the U.S. According to Southcom, these operations are backed by the full power of our elite Joint Force team deployed in the Caribbean. Last week, forces seized the Venezuelan oil tanker Veronica, a vessel that was part of the Ghost Fleet, as they call it. As we know, the president has ordered a full blockade on all sanctioned oil tankers going to and from Venezuela. Before forces captured Nicolas Maduro, Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America, according to the president. It will only get bigger, and the shock to them will be like nothing they've ever seen before until such time, and this was, I guess, before going in to get Maduro. They return the oil, the land, the assets that they stole from us. The illegitimate Maduro regime using oil from these stolen oil fields to finance themselves, drug terrorism, human trafficking, murder, kidnapping. All right, so he did announce Venezuela is going to be turning over up to 50 million barrels of sanctioned oil, which will be sold at market price. We made our first sale of Venezuelan oil last week after Venezuela captured Maduro. And it's 844-844-3388. Eagle, you hanging with us this morning? I do believe that's a negatory. Well, you need some rest at some point in time, Eagle. So let's move on to other industry headlines. In the state of Tennessee, lawmakers announcing legislation last week that would impose criminal and civil penalties on individuals and companies for the unlawful operation of a commercial motor vehicle in the state. Senate Bill 1587 would amend the TCA legislation by adding misdemeanor charges for those who knowingly allow a person who is unlawfully present in the United States to operate a commercial vehicle in the state. The bill would also create a new section imposing strict liability when it comes to accidents caused by persons unlawfully present in the U.S. operating a commercial vehicle. Now, each slate has its own set of laws, or state that would be. In Tennessee, it's the Tennessee Code Annotated, known as the TCA, that would receive added language making it an offense if a person knowingly allows a person who's illegally present in the U.S. to operate a commercial vehicle. It also makes it an offense for the person unlawfully in the U.S. to operate a commercial vehicle in the state. Violations of these provisions are Class A misdemeanors, applying to both the person who knowingly allowed the operation and the person unlawfully operating. Now, also, if a law enforcement officer arrests a person for unlawfully operating a CMV, the officer's agency must ensure that federal immigration authorities are notified. Codifying this is notable. It's being codified into law. Many law enforcement agencies actually have standing policies when it comes to immigration and customs enforcement detainers. Some departments may choose not to notify ICE and allow the person to post bond and then appear on their court date. That now becomes unlawful. This new section imposes strict, absolute, joint, and several liability in accidents caused by those unlawfully in the U.S. In other words, an employer who knowingly allows a person to operate a vehicle, as well as any official or employee of any state who issues a CDL knowingly that the person is unlawfully present, shall be strictly, absolutely, jointly, and severely liable to anyone who suffers personal injury or property damage caused by the unlawfully present person operating the commercial vehicle. So if you've got a fly-by-night company and you know you've got individuals illegally in the country driving your equipment, I guess that company, you become totally liable. A little bit of an incentive to maybe not be hiring illegals to drive your vehicles. Notable because it extends liability to officials or even employees of any state who issue the CDL An injured person is entitled to recover compensatory damages, punitive damages of not less than $1 million, plus court costs and reasonable attorney's fees. Yeah, this would mandate that Tennessee law governs these tort cases, avoiding any sort of contractual choice of law clauses that select another jurisdiction. Get a quick time out. The inbred redneck, I do believe, may be checking in here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Coming up, we'll discuss what's your guess? What state is the best for driving in the United States? Wallet Hub breaks it down from best to worst. We'll give you some of the highlights. We won't go through all of them, but first, somewhere in the hills, I do believe, of eastern Kentucky is the inbred redneck.
Oh, buddy, just roaming around a little bit here in the great metropolis of Fleming, Neon, Kentucky tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Neon's world famous, So. We just call it Neon for short around here,
Gotcha. Right. So, are you making preparations to get maybe either encased in ice or snow coming up this weekend?
Well, that's one thing I was calling to talk to you about, Steve. The weatherman down in Tennessee said now. It'll either be 2 to 4 inches or 18 to 20 inches.
Right?
I'm like, oh, wow. This is going to be crazy. I live on top of that mountain, and I get more than everybody else does anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for a couple of feet at the worst and maybe half a foot at the best,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to believe about it, Steve. But God bless all them truck drivers out there, Lord. I know many a year out there slopping and trudging around in it, and it ain't a fun thing. I always said that I was on vacation about 9 months out of the year, and 3 months I really had to work when I was driving trucks.
Right.
You know what I'm saying, bud?
Right. All I know is there's going to be a whole bunch of trucks parked somewhere. Where they're going to park, I don't know. There ain't going to be no place in the truck stops or rest areas, but there's going to be a lot of trucks stuck on the side of the road.
So that's what you're thinking about this, Steve? I'll trust you on this, buddy. On Tennessee weathermen, Lord, they get a little bit overhyped sometimes, and we only get one local TV station. That's Hazard, buddy. So
Hazard, Kentucky.
Yeah. And I'd watch the news on there, but the feller they got on there, every time he starts talking, he puts me to sleep. I don't know. Something about his voice.
Right?
I don't know.
How about that? Yeah. Well, we got to give it another, 24 hours or so. It's only Wednesday. They will be nailing this down probably by later on Thursday because, timing-wise, I think you're talking like Friday night, Saturday, is it? Or is it Saturday into Sunday?
They were saying, Friday, Saturday.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know, buddy.
I mean, the storm.
Oh, I know.
The storm has to come together first. It's just the models tell them what's going to happen. It has to come together so they can see where the center of circulation is going to be. If it tracks further north, you might get ice. If it tracks further south, you might get that 2 feet of snow.
Yeah, Lord. But, when it gets like that, I'm real happy to stay at home, Steve. I just love staying at home and curling up with my favorite honey of the week or whatever,
Yeah.
Watching the satellite TV and possibly, sometimes it goes out because the snow gets on the dish, buddy. So I got to go out there and sweep it off and whatnot.
Now, you don't have one of them old-fashioned 8-foot diameter dishes, do you? I mean, you've actually got like the small dish.
Oh, I've got a small dish and a big dish.
Okay.
Lord, I forget the name of them bands. The big one is a C band, and the other one is the other band, LP or something like that. But they're motorized, buddy. So, and I got 2 separate boxes, so it gets pretty exciting,
I bet it does.
Yeah, but I need to ask you another important question, Steve. Now, this may be off the wall and everything else. All that stuff going on up there in Minnesota and all that.
Of course.
And then, you got the ICE people grabbing up people and deporting them and all this stuff. And then you start hearing stuff about Alberta, Canada. I don't know if you've heard this or not. Them people up there in Canada want to become the 51st state. Now, call me a conspiracy theorist, Steve, but I believe they're clearing out some of these immigrants so we can get some Canadians in this country, buddy.
Is that what it is? Okay.
I believe that's what it is, buddy. I think we've reached capacity.
Yeah. Well, Redneck, I got to go. Because it's news time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says over 10,000 arrests have been made in Minneapolis as the Trump administration continues to crack down on illegal immigration.
The Homeland Security Secretary took to X Monday to say over 10,000 arrests were made of what she called criminal illegal aliens who were killing Americans, hurting children, and raining terror in Minneapolis. The Pentagon is awaiting potential orders to send about 1,500 troops to Minnesota. This comes as anti-ICE protests continue in the state after the deadly shooting of Renee Good by an agent. President Trump has said he may invoke the Insurrection Act as a result of the unrest. However, on Friday, he said he may not use it anymore. I'm Monica Nelson.
President Trump says his administration has accomplished more in a year than any other in history. While speaking at the White House, he pointed to lower gas prices, record markets, easing inflation, and tariffs he says are bringing jobs back.
What we've done with growth is incredible. We created super high economic growth, and America is booming. It's booming. There are thousands of businesses right now that are being built.
The Supreme Court may soon rule on the legality of those tariffs. Prosecutors in Texas have rested their case against a former police officer accused of botching the response to the Uvalde school shooting.
Defense attorneys for Adrian Gonzalez put on their own witness, law enforcement trainer Willie Cantu, who testified that he acted immediately when he arrived to Robb Elementary.
He goes directly to what he thinks is the threat, because he doesn't hear that there's any more people involved at this point.
Prosecutors have been trying to prove that. While Gonzalez arrived early, he failed to confront the gunman despite hearing 117 shots. A total of 19 students and 2 teachers were killed. Gonzalez has pleaded not guilty to 29 counts of child endangerment. Gonzalez has pleaded not guilty to 29 counts of child endangerment or abandonment, 1 count for each of the 19 children who were killed and 10 who survived. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
2 Portland police officers remain hospitalized in stable condition after a Monday night shooting. Deputy Chief Chris Jovic says one of the officers was hit twice, the other once.
Both of the injured officers were incredibly fortunate. 1 inch can make all the difference when you're dealing with gunshot wounds, and the outcome could have been far worse for the injured officers.
The suspect was not found. The police say there's no specific threat to the public, although the suspect may be armed. The future of the Texas Ten Commandments law is now before the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. Judges are split on whether posting the biblical text in public schools is constitutional. Judge Stephen Higginson.
The state legislature is singling out particular religious texts to be displayed in a way that's not curricular but reverential.
Supporters cite recent Supreme Court rulings expanding protections for religious expression. An Indiana judge and his wife are recovering after someone shot them in their home Sunday afternoon.
Superior Court Judge Stephen Meyer and his wife Kimberly reportedly went to answer the door at their Lafayette home after someone knocked and said they had the couple's dog before opening fire. The shooter is still on the loose, and the FBI has now joined the investigation. I'm Monica Nelson.
Dangerous Arctic air is gripping much of the U.S., with wind chills plunging into minus 20 or minus 30 across the northern plains, Midwest, Ohio Valley, and Northeast. A brief warm-up will come tomorrow, but another cold surge this week could bring snow to the south and east coast. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Traditionalists may not love alcohol-burning tractors, but fans love watching them. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. These high-tech machines are either 6 or 8-cylinder Pullman machines. Some cackle, some are silent, all are great to watch. The Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors had the longest season of any of the Grand National classes with 19 hooks. This battle was long, and with only one rainout, all 18 hooks mattered. Brandon Simon, RJ Simon, and Brett Meyer shared the driving duties on the John Deere 8530 called Loud and Heavy. But it didn't matter who was in the seat, the title was on the horizon from the opening hook of the year. The opening weekend in Hutchinson, Brandon Simon was in the seat and won both nights, setting up the title run. After a stop in Farley, Iowa, the next points pull was the Budweiser Dairyland Super National with Brett Meyer in the seat. Starting his portion of the season with a 7th on night 1 in Toma, he got comfortable with the tractor and posted a 3:49 on night 2, good enough for second. Brett stayed in the seat for the next 5 pulls. Chapel Hill, where he went 3:35, which is only good enough for 9th. Then Brandenburg, Kentucky, where Loud and Heavy took 4th both nights. The trip to Rockwell was good for Brett, picking up a 3rd and a 4th, even with a pull of 374. RJ Simon was in the seat for Napoleon, Ohio, collecting a 6th before heading to Bowling Green with Brett Meyer back in the seat. The first hook was a little less than the team hoped for, only going 327. Yeah, only 327, but it was only good enough for 15th on the first night in Poletown. The second hook of 328 was much better in the standings, earning a 3rd. With both Brandon and Brent driving in Canton, it was a third on night 1 and a 10th on night 2 before going into the last 3 hooks of the season. Brandon drove the final hooks with a 7th on night 1 in Sandwich and a 12th on night 2. The season wrapped up at the Enderley pull-off with a 5th for Loud and Heavy, which secured the 14-point advantage, good enough for the 2025 title. The same trio drove Loud and Heavy X to the runner-up position, the only class in the NTPA to have a trailer mate as the runner-up. That just proves how dominant this team was in 2025. In third was the duo of James Ray and Mike Connie with the John Deere 8410 they call Mac Nasty, with the trailer mate Mac Daddy piloted by James and Julia Ray in fourth. Holding fifth, a 2022 John Deere 8R340 with Sam, Denny, and Elijah Brown called Green with Envy. In sixth was Esden Lemke and his 2023 John Deere 4010 called New Generation Plus. In the seventh spot was the same team of Brent Meyer and the Simons with Injected Funds. In eighth, Tim Kane aboard his 2008 International 1066 he calls Red Gambler. In the ninth spot, veteran puller Rob Russell and his 2011 Case IH225 called the Workhorse. And rounding out the top 10, Brian and Brandon Schrammick with the 2020 AGCO DT275B they call Youngblood. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
All right, a final hour. Kick things off this round with a market update. As we heard after the long weekend, obviously markets is closed Monday for MLK Day. Stocks down this past day. I guess concerns because the president's on the offensive, trying to take control of Greenland. And, of course, European leaders pushing back on that. President Trump texted Denmark's leader over the long weekend saying that peace is no longer his primary objective. Denmark responded by deploying more troops to Greenland. It is unclear what the U.S. plan is regarding efforts to control Greenland, but Oxford economists say it could cause a drop in GDP. Meanwhile, more big names, earnings coming out this week. Big banks kicked off the earnings season last week, and there's a lot coming down this week. This past day, we had Netflix, 3M, U.S. Bank reporting. Later today, we'll hear from Johnson & Johnson and Charles Schwab. Thursday, big names include Procter & Gamble as well as Intel. All right, on down the line, the European Union is planning maybe $108 billion in tariffs against us for things like Boeing jets and bourbon. And this is all about the Greenland thing. President Trump said Denmark and other countries, they would be hit with new tariffs if the U.S. is unable to acquire Greenland. There's even threats of using what they call the trade bazooka that would attack things like Netflix or actually even close off access to U.S. banks. There was an update where President Trump threatened to hit France with 200% tariffs on wine and champagne after the French President Macron declined to join the Board of Peace. Obviously, the president, as we speak, is headed to the forum that's ongoing this week. He's headed to Davos, Switzerland, and he will be sitting down with some behind-closed-doors discussions. There are a group of leaders he didn't specify who he would be meeting with on the sidelines today to talk about just that, Greenland. Hello to Scrapyard.
What's happening, Captain? Out here playing in the rain. Yeah, the projections on this down here been all over the board for the storm that is coming. The worst possible one I saw, they're calling for 24 inches of snow and sleet, and that's not counting the freezing rain ice storm that will come on top of it. even Ryan Hall, the former Navy's top meteorologist, said that this one is a potential life ender.
Wow.
That's one of the worst storms that he's ever projected from all the models and all. And this guy's got like a 98% success rate at predicting the weather.
And he's talking about the ice accretions, right? I mean, if they do indeed see some of these models saying 1 to 2 inches of ice accumulation, I mean,
correct, on top of a potential 24 inches. Potential
of
they
snow.
said at the minimum it's going to be like 6 inches at the minimum of snow and sleet, and then when the ice hits, it's just. But they said up to 24 inches of that, and then the ice hits, compacting it all down, making it basically a solid block of ice. So on average, it'd be about anywhere from a foot to 18 inches thick. Whenever this comes on, that even the local. One of the local meteorologists, Todd Jacobian, he's highly trusted, and he is just scared out of his head and all that. Basically, telling people to prepare, and because it's so unstable on the atmospheric projections and all the data that they're getting. That this looks like it's going to be like a storm of the century, and. I can remember just, it was like before I came to work here at this place, we had a snowstorm that shut us down. We were trapped for 19 days with no electricity whatsoever. And then they're saying that this one is going to be worse, potentially worse than that one.
Wow.
And I've already been seeing a lot of electric company trucks staged all over the place. There's been some runs on grocery stores. So, y'all just keep your head on a swivel.
Like I said, I mentioned in the first hour, I mean, down there in the South, I guess, kerosene heaters, generators, anything, alternative sources of heat. A space heater is going to be useless if you don't have electricity. So, all the alternatives.
The heater I recommend, Walmart's got it on sale. It was like $89 for the Big Buddy heater, the Mr. Heater Buddy heater.
Yep, that uses propane.
And they had them on sale as cheap as $89 just recently, and I purchased one of them. And to go along with I've got 2 little buddies and a Big Buddy heater, and that's what I highly recommend you get, because if you're it's like Patty's place is all electric, and I started last year whenever we had that really bad weather, bad winter storm. I went, and if it hadn't been for outfitting her then with what I had got then, we'd have been in serious trouble. So it's make your preparations as quickly as you possibly can, and don't underplan, overplan.
Yep.
When it comes to something like this. And on your satellite dish, what you can do to prevent snow and ice buildup on it, the Rain-X concentrate that comes like in a little, I believe it's a little flip-top black bottle. You can go out there and take a paper towel and put it on it. Or if you don't have any of that, get you some full concentrate antifreeze, which you can still buy. And it's not that pre-dilute, and put some on a paper towel, and just wear some gloves and put it on a paper towel and get up there and paint your satellite dish with it. We've done that before out at my folks' place, and we didn't get any ice accumulation on it. We were having freezing rain, and it just rolled right off before it froze.
How about that? Okay.
Yeah, so that helped you out, especially if you get your internet that way. But all in all, y'all be careful out there.
We'll be talking about this undoubtedly into our Thursday, Friday mornings. Just looking at some of these posts, I mean, I don't think the forecasters are trying to overhype this. A lot of times they do. From the Indiana storm chasers. He says, even though this weekend's chaos is not expected to come barreling straight through our front door. Yeah, make no mistake, we're watching it like a hawk. Indiana's going to be on the northern side of the storm. Just how much snow? Yeah, it's going to be snow. There's no ice in the forecast for that region, but will it reach as far north as, say, Indianapolis, or maybe just as far north as maybe Evansville in the southern part of the state? But he said, you can just imagine how our eyebrows fully left our faces when we learned hurricane hunters are being deployed ahead of a winter storm. Yes, you read that right. Recon flights into the ice-cold, wintry chaos. These crews will be flying directly into the system to gather real-time atmospheric data that feeds straight to the forecast models, because what's brewing in the southern U.S. has the potential to be the kind of storm that gets its own chapter in weather history books. This is not hype, he says. This is pause what you are doing and pay attention kind of science, and maybe get your southern state dwelling friends and family to start paying attention to their upcoming weather, because this could be a winter storm so unusual and intense that we're borrowing hurricane tactics to understand and forecast it. This isn't just fascinating, it's super unhinged. Absolutely something we're going to be tracking with obsessive devotion, because the science is freaking wild, as he put it. Then he's got where the hurricane reconnaissance flights that are scheduled to come out of Miami to go track how deep is this low pressure going to get over the west and then sweep across the central and eastern USA. It's almost unprecedented.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Yeah, let me move on down to next on the list. I had forecasters, the website Weather in Kentucky, posted just a couple of hours ago. He says the data today definitely isn't something we want to partake in. The trends in all the global data today has been for a more amplified and possibly further north, warmer area of low pressure. It's the high pressure to the north that's responsible for keeping our cold air firmly in place being pulled to the west, allowing the southeast ridge to flex some muscles, resulting in the nudge of warmer air in the atmosphere riding over the colder layer at the surface. This nudge of warmer air overlapping a cold surface layer is the recipe for freezing rain and sleet. All the global data has leaned in this direction. If anything, the operational models are now moving towards what the AI versions originally suggested a couple days ago, which is a further north tracking system. Like I said earlier, big shifts can still happen, but we do not want this to go north, as that would eventually introduce a significant icing scenario for our area. And again, this is in the state of Kentucky. We can only hope this stays to our south, he says. More updates with the next model run. So this is, he's got the Euro, the GFS. And this model is showing that warmer air overriding the cold surface layer over much of southern Kentucky and much of northern Tennessee, all the way over to, say, like the Memphis area. Brain dead. Models are all over the place. Let's see what Buster has going on this early Wednesday. What do you say, Buster?
Morning, Steve. Yeah, it's kind of funny how, you have to wake up and go to the restroom. My gosh, I heard you talk about Chattanooga and good stuff on that. Real quick, on the Weather Channel, they keep saying that high pressure is going to come down the eastern spine of the Appalachians, which is bad news for Atlanta and that whole area for ice. And now you're talking about Kentucky, saying that down northern Tennessee and all that. Really interesting stuff.
Yes.
They're saying that north of I-40, Oak Ridge, 6 to 10 inches on Saturday, and then maybe 3 to 5 more on Sunday. And what sucks, at UPS, I was talking with some of my drivers who are feeder drivers now. They're saying it sounds like they're maybe just shutting down the feeder department on Monday. I mean, this thing's going to leave that early. I ain't seen that in about 30, 40 years. When I was a younger person, and before the year 2000, they would just drive down to Waffle House and park it because we will have that discretion. But it ain't worth it. If they can't have the freeways open back toward Sevierville, it's ain't gonna be no good. Now, luckily, the freezing temperature Monday, Tuesday is supposed to be right at 32, which is maybe better than having it at 13 degrees. Lived there and done that. But, Steve, what is the situation? Did Ryan say he's going to have us a list of stations at the MAT thing, or did he give you the list of like maybe Sioux City, Iowa, or Fort Dodge, Iowa? Those are the two towns closest to my buddy, who's a farmer out there that has very limited technology.
I neglected to ask him about that. Last week we have a little video chat each Wednesday, so technically at like 9:30 this morning, I need to maybe jot down a note to ask him about that.
Well, I'm looking forward to being at Matt's. Got 2 nights at the Red Roof right there at the convention area. So I'm looking forward to, maybe we can have something and figure out. I can see our callers like Kevin. Kevin said last year he was going to really make an effort to come up this year, and of course our retirees. It'd just be good to see us all because your station's growing. Ryan's doing a hell of a job with the commercials, and I'm really proud of you. You're taking off, my brother.
All right, thank you.
Day.
Have a good day, Buster. Yep. Yeah, just gearing up for the weekend. All right. According to Wallet Hub, you've had a moment to think about it. What state's the best for driving in? Wallet Hub, the personal finance wellness company, compared all 50 states across 31 different key indicators, they say, of a positive commute. The data set ranges from average gas prices to rush hour traffic congestion, quality of the roads, to help drivers identify the states that provided the best commuting conditions. They compared the 50 states across 4 key dimensions. cost of ownership and maintenance, traffic, infrastructure, safety, and access to vehicles and maintenance. They also determined each state's weighted average across all metrics to calculate the overall score and use those scores to rank the order of the states. But according to the data, they say their research findings, Vermont is the best state to drive in. Never been there. In part due to the success it had in decreasing deaths on the road. Vermont reportedly has the lowest prevalence of incidents due to phone use, fifth lowest prevalence of harsh braking, well-maintained roadways that helps reduce the danger of accidents. But if you do get into a crash in Vermont, you'll be happy to know only 11.8% of drivers are uninsured in that state. We'll give you more details coming up. First, we got to pause for the news update.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says over 10,000 arrests have been made in Minneapolis as the Trump administration continues to crack down on illegal immigration.
The Homeland Security Secretary took to X Monday to say over 10,000 arrests were made of what she called criminal illegal aliens who were killing Americans, hurting children, and raining terror in Minneapolis. The Pentagon is awaiting potential orders to send about 1,500 troops to Minnesota. This comes as anti-ICE protests continue in the state after the deadly shooting of Renee Good by an agent. President Trump has said he may invoke the Insurrection Act as a result of the unrest. However, on Friday, he said he may not use it anymore. I'm Monica Nelson.
California Governor Gavin Newsom urged European leaders to stand united against President Trump.
Diplomacy with Donald Trump, he's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you.
While speaking in Davos, Newsom criticized leaders for flattering Trump publicly while mocking him privately as tensions rise over Greenland. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, we'll head on down, I do believe, somewhere in the Lone Star State. Tom.
Hello there, Steve.
Doing all right.
You
What's
got
happening,
me?
Tom? We got you loud and clear.
All right. Well, this weather everybody's talking about, I'm down here Houston way, and I think you can probably draw a line from Waco to Huntsville and then over across to Alexandria, Louisiana. I think that's as far as the ice is going to get.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get cold, but I don't think it's going to be as bad as they're talking about down here. But I'm calling because in the last hour, a fella called his brother, carried his weapon into the church with him.
Mm-hmm.
And here in the state of Texas, that is legal as long as you have the approval of the elders of the church, the administration of the church, or whatever. And there was a situation there in White Settlement, Texas, outside of Fort Worth, I think about 4 years ago, where the guy came in and started shooting people, and three of the men had their pistols with them,
mm-hmm.
and one of the gentlemen was a range instructor at a local gun range, and 3 shots, and that man was over with.
Mm-hmm.
And, we got some tough times ahead of us, and we got to be ready for it. We got to be tough right on back, or it's going to, what's this I just heard? China dropped 16 aircraft full of troops into Iran. That's some tough business right there. Sounds like they're getting ready to do some kind of subversion or something against the people. I don't know. What do you think?
I can't say that I'm actually up to speed on that one.
Well, it was at the top of the hour. I thought y'all control the news breaks. Maybe not. But they said something about in the past 56 hours, Russia imported 16 loads of Army troops into Iran.
Wow. Okay. I'll do
cargo aircraft. We're not talking like that. I heard this about France is sending troops to Denmark. I believe they sent a total of like 11 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And but that's not what they're doing here. They got. I know that the Russians have some huge transport aircraft, but I don't know that they use them. But I'll bet you each one of them had at least 200 soldiers on it. And it'd be good to check it out. I've driven for a while, and I tell people all the time, you'll be amazed the stuff you hear at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning across the radio, the AM radio specifically. And I know exactly what it is. That's so that CBS and NBC and, well, we reported on that story. Yeah, at 3 a.m. in the morning for 12 seconds.
All right.
I'm serious. It sends a chuckle, but it's absolutely true, and that's how they get away with this mess.
Interesting. Wow.
And don't even get me started on Don Lemon.
Oh, yeah. I think he'll be arrested maybe today.
Well, I'd like to see him strung up myself. I don't know who he thinks he is. You know, all these people got this little, what do they call it, podcast, you know? And they try to believe that they're Edward R. Murrow, you know,
right.
back in the 30s.
And untouchable.
Or what was his name? Dan Rather, when he was reporting from Vietnam on the ground, you know. It's always interesting to see how much of the truth comes out when your butt's on the line. And they got this one guy over there in Iran and Lebanon and Gaza throughout this whole thing. Trey Yangst, I believe is his name. And he puts out some good reporting, you know. And it ain't like that guy on CNN where they're burning down the police station and running over it with a dumpster lit on fire, and the man's holding the microphone with all this going on behind him. Well, it's mostly a peaceful protest. You remember that one?
100%. Yeah, peaceful protest with everything burning. Yes, sir.
The police station burning.
Yes.
You know, we ain't talking your local 7-Eleven or a tire shop down there on Oak Street. Oh man! But to all my trucking friends out there, y'all keep the greasy side down, and if it comes bad, pull it over.
There you go.
I remember spending one year spending New Year's Eve, Amarillo, Texas, at the Texan Restaurant. You know that place?
I've heard of it. Never been there, but heard of it. Yes.
That's the one where you can belly up, and if you can eat a 72-ounce steak with a potato, a salad, a glass of tea, and I believe a piece of fudge cake, you get it for free. Well, we were locked down there because once you got 10 miles the other side of El Paso, I-40 was closed. And we got a room there. That place, that Texan restaurant, has a hotel attached. And the hotel has stables. So all the cowboys, when they're traveling the roads, that's one of their number one stops because they can pull their horses out of the trailer, stretch them out a little bit, and let them sleep overnight in the stable versus standing up in a trailer.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty unique. I'm sure there's other hotels like that around, but that's the first one I learned about.
I remember I had a buddy that drove. He stopped off at the Big Texan. That was old high tech. He was a big boy at the time. It's before he had his surgery to reduce his weight. But I don't know if he actually completed the whole steak dinner, but he attempted it. I do recall that. He could put some food away. Yeah, I don't know if you get the T-shirt. Does that mean you succeeded? I did a quick search, and I see some of these. I'm not seeing any like credible news sources per se talking about these flights into Iran. One here says, several accounts on X posting that, like 16 Chinese military cargo planes landed in Iran over the last 56 hours, claiming it's the largest military aid transfer from China to Iran ever. But in reality, it seems to be made up. Flight tracking data from Flight Radar 24 shows no evidence of that happening. No satellite imagery confirms it. At this point, not a single credible news outlet reporting on what would be a massive, impossible-to-hide military operation involving 16 cargo planes. I mean, think about it. 16 cargo planes landing in Iran would be visible from space, trackable in real time, immediately reported by every intelligence agency on the planet. This guy says, I think it may be misinformation designed to stoke fears about China and Iran's military cooperation. Next poster says, it won't be instant, but I think it may actually be on the news with some evidence. One other post I'll share from, and this is like from Reddit, people talking online. I'm Iranian. I've connected to the internet with a lot of difficulty after about 10 days. They control almost everything that gets out. Do not believe their narrative. Participating in streets may have been suppressed, but the protests have not phased out. Anger is boiling in the population, but it is extremely repressed. There's unofficial martial law in most cities. This truly isn't like the other times. The will and the hate has not gone away. Everyone is watching opposition news on satellite television. This society will never turn back to what it was given. Now, they've killed 20,000 people. In my small city, one of the co-workers' cousins were shot dead. Not even participating in protests. They were just emptying their shop. When they went to receive the bodies, they said there were more than 100 dead bodies in a city of less than 2,000 people, or 200,000, I'm sorry. People are silent for now because suppression is extreme, but it is not doable long term. The U.S. and other nations know that. Also, some F-15s have landed in Oman. So this isn't the only equipment being moved right now. So things that are going on in the world around us. And by the way, Tom, I got your phone number down there. Tom gets a big cookie this morning. First time caller code, $60 voucher to try out our Hot Shot Secret products. And thanks for the update. Yeah, down toward the Houston area. I think he's going to be okay as far as it's going to get cold, but you're not going to deal with the incredible ice, the freezing rain and all that. But 844-844-3388. Plowboy, what's going on in your world?
Not much, just looking at this damn weather, Steve. I mean, it don't look good, but I think actually we're going to be on the northern side of it. God, I hope so, because... But then again, I'm going to say it in reverse. I'd rather have a little bit of snow than all that damn...
The ice.
Numbers behind a damn minus sign. That's what I hate. I mean, they're talking like 2 to 3 days of that garbage. But, what is it, 12 days so that little idiot pops his head up out there in...
Yeah, Punxsutawney Phil, yeah. Who gets the privilege of shooting the damn groundhog?
You got that right, brother. I mean, that damn thing, but yeah, and everybody will be out there. All I can say, I hope that bastard they just nail him in the ground and so he doesn't pop his head out and get scared or see his shadow and all that crap. Seriously. If I go into a church or Walmart or anything, I don't say a damn word to nobody. Carry freely because, hey, what are they going to say if you knock the perp down? I mean, I'm not the one to play games, Steve. I'm not. But speaking of playing games, we're talking about this parking issues and all this earlier in the show. Why don't they appropriate that money to places in California that we have called your show before and bitched and raised hell about no parking and all this? Take that money that Gavin Newsom was going to blow on his whatevers, what he wanted to. Take, what is it, $160 million Sean Duffy's got in his pocket that belongs to California?
Yeah.
Build a nice, 5-star parking lot for us drivers out there. And then they can't say they didn't get to the state. They didn't hold the money. We just built what the hell we needed there. And do it to every damn state that's trying to go along with it. You really want to ruffle your feathers? Thinking about that $9 billion them damn Somalians blew out their ass up there in Minnesota. How many trucking spots did that built? Nation damn wide.
That would have
$9 billion divided by 50.
You could have revamped the entire parking structure, for trucks in the country with $9 billion. Alrighty, a quick time out. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Real quick, back to the best and worst states to drive in. We got to Vermont, supposedly being number 1. Iowa turns out to be second best state to drive in, boasting the 8th best road quality and 6th lowest traffic congestion in the country. It also takes road safety very seriously with the 5th strictest driving laws. Iowa also has very low crime rates with the 10th fewest larcenies and 11th fewest motor vehicle thefts per capita. At number 3, Kansas, 3rd best state for drivers, due in large part to the quality and safety of the roads. Kansas actually has the 2nd best road quality in the U.S. Down at the bottom end of the list, Montana, Washington, Hawaii, the worst 3 states to drive in, according to Wallet Hub's data. Hawaii was actually topping the list, the worst state to drive in. All right, Vic, what do you say?
Well, I don't know. When you brought that up there about Vermont, I used to have to make a stop up there at Brattleboro, Vermont, as a printing company. Then I had to go to the other side of the state, but I had to make about a 200-mile detour because they won't let you take a big truck across the state routes up there. They're basically all restricted. And so anybody's had to drive up there in Vermont. I guess it's questionable, but, in a four-wheeler you can go anywhere you want, but it's an aggravation if you're in an 18-wheeler. All of that Northeast is. But real quick, you were talking about the
this deal with Greenland. I don't know if you had time to read the stuff that I sent you or today, or if you even got it there, about what a mess we left up there in Greenland.
Yeah, I got your emails. I didn't really. What kind of? Was it like nuclear waste, or what do we leave? What's there?
There's all kinds of toxic waste up there. The Army had a small nuclear reactor. There are two big trenches up there, and I just sent you the one about and there was a whole community underneath the ice up there. And basically, the Army had a small nuclear reactor to provide power, and then there were a lot of different toxic materials up there as far as operating military vehicles. And the B-52 crash up there, they had 4. There's some still. I don't know if it's a whole bomb or just a triggering mechanism, but whenever it crashed, it left a heck of a mess up there across the ice and everything. And they thought that all of that would be entombed in ice, except Mother Nature had another thought. There's a melting process going up there in Greenland, and all that's going to be exposed here over a while here. So why Trump just doesn't go to Denmark, which doesn't allow any nuclear, I guess you'd say, equipment or whatever. And on the military.com article, it went into more depth on that, because there was a prime minister of Denmark that got in trouble because he had signed off on letting the United States put that little nuclear reactor in there and other things. I don't know if he actually had to resign or not, but that's going on. So I think if Trump would just look at the mess that we left up there and just go to Denmark and say, the ice is melting, we didn't plan on it, and we will clean up the mess up there that we left. We only made I think we made some type of compensation for the B-52 crash, but there were some of those crew members actually died. And what happened on the B-52, somebody turned the heat up on the aircraft, and for some reason put a foam cushion close to one of the heat outlets. And the foam cushion caught on fire, and then it extended into the cockpit. Then all the electrical parts caught on fire, and they were trying to make it to Thule. They were almost there to Thule, and some of them did bail out, but some died of exposure, some died just outright. But they recovered all the crew that died. But if I don't know the way Trump goes about things. It's just, like a charging bull or a blind dog in a meat house or whatever you want to say. A bull in a china shop is what I was trying to think of. And I believe if he would go to the Denmark and the Danes and say, look, this is going to be an opportunity with this melting as bad as it is. It's going to give us an opportunity to clean this all up. And it would be simpler if, we made some sort of a deal for Greenland and just get that out from under their, whatever you want to say. And, maybe cost sharing on any minerals after the cleanup or anything of that nature. But the reason I say that, they've got that meeting in Davos, Switzerland there, and they're trying to make a big deal out of that. I don't know if they're trying to affect the markets, cause Trump problems or whatever. But I believe that the people at Davos, that they don't like Trump because he's not a globalist, and they are. And the United Nations years ago decided they want we talked about the New World Order endlessly. So they're still on that New World Order thing.
All right.
And it's causing a lot of grief for America and really a lot of other places, but because everybody is different. But by and large, that's what it's about. And you were talking about church. The long time ago, the Democrats wanted deal to where people couldn't block abortion clinic entrances. So the other people on the other side said, well, we'll do that if you will make it a crime to interrupt places of worship.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that FACE Act.
That's the FACE Act, yes. Okay. Hey, Vic, we are flat out of time. Thank you so much for the listening audience out there for being with us. Hey, come back at the midnight hour, Eastern Time tonight. We'll do it again, have all the latest on what's happening weather-wise and so much more.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,